What's up, guys? A little early today, just a little bit. Got something's going on the screen. That's weird. Louis, what's going on? What are you getting into today? Guys, I'm still going to open my chat today. I just want people to be mindful. We're not getting into political discussions and all that kind of stuff. So feel free to come in, but keep it where it should be. That's all I ask. Hey, Wendy. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Got all their stuff sent out timely. Had good sales, all that good stuff. I'm foggy. Let me reset. Hold on. I'm going to reset.
He's resetting. Resetting. Wipe that lens down, Eric.
Yeah, I think it's just some of it.
Wipe the lens down, dude, just in case it got greasy or something. Sometimes I get a thumb on mine. If you got a little tissue.
Yeah, I don't think it's the lens.
Okay.
Lens.
Yeah, it is kind of grainy. It's weird.
It's probably just the internet.
Oh, okay.
Who knows, man?
Maybe it'll clear up a little later.
Looks the same.
Good morning, America.
Hey, I was watching a news program earlier. They had somebody on the news that was like that. Looked like they're underwater. I was like, well.
It's interesting this day and age. This is the stuff we get to look forward to, or we've experienced, or we're just now, stumbling upon again. It seems like it's trying to focus. I don't know. It's kind of.
I think some of it's because of where it is. Like I've got.
Did you change it?
No, it's just those lights. Like it's pretty bright out today. So
this is what I was going to suggest last time: is get a half curtain that goes above your AC. It might help because that might bleach some of the light. I don't know. I'm just thinking of different things.
Yeah.
Maybe a cardboard over it later. I know you need the light in there though.
I mean, I've got light in the shed, so it's really not a problem about that.
And it may not be that, but then again, it may be what's diffusing the focus parameter. It's hard to say. Or just even if you just just like that, just leaning it or something.
Does it look like it got clear?
It's hard to say yet. It's probably not, but
I don't think so.
Maybe you just stand it right there, and just let it lean on the other box up against the AC.
Well, I got to have the AC on. It's about 75, 80 degrees out here today.
Oh, never mind. Wow. Good. I mean, it may not even be that, Eric. I don't know.
I'll get another box.
Tack it up there or something. That actually.
When in doubt, rig it.
Now put your hand in front of it again. See if it just slowly pull back. That's what Luis does on his. I would go all the way up to it and pull it back slowly. I see Luis do that sometimes, and sometimes it helps.
Let's see something.
That's weird, dude.
Chris, what's going on, bro? Thrift Beast in the house, Leroy in the house, Joe in the house. Thank you guys for coming on.
Thrift Beast.
Guys, I was saying earlier, anybody's welcome to come in. We're obviously not getting in any kind of political debates or anything crazy like that today.
You got to make a banner that says that, so it scrolls at the bottom. No political talk.
As always, we keep it PG here, so if you can't do that, don't come on.
I got on to Nate about that. I was on a live with him the other day, and he went over to remember Lainey, and he popped on. I said, Lainey, have you met Nate? And she's like, no. I said, Nate, don't cuss. And then he admitted to being a little flippant that day.
And to flip it. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we working on getting a little listings in today. If anybody else is listing today, if you have a goal, feel free to put it in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hitting on that pushing 70 again today. We'll see if we get there.
I'm just popped on a little bit early because I may have to head out here in a little bit. I just wanted to say, hey, get you rolling. Get you rolling, buddy.
I went back and rewatched your Daily Refinement interview.
Oh, yeah.
Going on while you had that going on yesterday.
No, I understand. A lot of people did. It's a weird time for people to tune in. You know what I mean?
Mondays are tough for me with packing and everything else going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what replays are for, right?
Happy 2020 ton. Thanks for coming on. I don't think I've seen you before, but I appreciate you for coming by. Jimmy, Leroy got a jump start on us this morning. He's already up to 8.
Wow. I did one so far, but then I had go grab my packages. Sold some good items. One of them was something I listed with you last week.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good. It was some of that retail arbitrage.
Yeah, that's honestly, man, that's the good stuff with that stuff is it sells
Yes, sir.
pretty quick. RA.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, this one that went for full price, and I only paid like $3 or $4 for it, and it sold for like $28.75. Yeah, I was happy. Very light too.
And to flip it, I know what you mean. I had to do a little organizing this morning myself. I'm still not completely there. My dad's coming for a month in December, and he's like Mr. OCD. So
he's going to help you?
Help me with that project when he gets here.
You're like, help me, Daddy. Help me.
He likes doing it.
That's awesome, though.
So I'm going to put him on the organizing parts.
Oh, okay. Well, it's also time for y'all to bond, you know.
Nah, Dad's, man, he used to do picking and all that stuff long before. But yeah. He didn't sell it like this, like he would do it other ways.
Is he proud of you?
Yeah, he enjoys what I'm doing for sure. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I wish my dad was around. It's funny you say that, Eric. I'm going to go ahead and admit it. I think it was just yesterday or the day before I was thinking, yeah, I think, if my dad were still alive, he would definitely be, he would be enjoying it, I think.
Ken, thanks for coming in. Mr. Bill, appreciate it. As always.
Yes, sir. Who's this? Nathan Dwayne Hobbs. Uh-oh.
I'm starting out with some different stuff listing this morning, and then I got a couple boxes of parts that I can get into after that.
What do you mean, like I
had a little haul of stuff that I was just trying to finish up. getting listed.
Oh,
What I've been trying to do is, and everybody has their own way of doing things, but what I've been trying to do is stay on top of what I'm buying new,
yeah.
like, and then getting into some of this back stock. But like,
Oh, okay.
I don't like listing the same thing all week because, like we talked about last time, I think it jacks up your algorithm. Really, that's just my theory. But I think when you list stuff in that category sells. So, like, if you're only listing one category, then you're only going to get sales in that category. So, like,
Yeah, you were mentioning that last week about the category thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I've been tracking it a little bit. Like, just, I mean, not hard numbers, but just kind of being more mindful of it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a good awareness to have.
I've been watching to see, hey, if I list video games, I tend to sell older video games I got listed. If I list boat parts, like, I'll sell boat parts. If I list, electronics, I'll sell more electronics. Like, it's kind of one of those things. So I figure if I can, in a week's time, kind of spread that around, make sure I'm hitting the categories, then it'll help me have better overall sales.
Well, that's kind of interesting. I'm glad you're mentioning this because maybe I don't get it. In theory, I think I hear what you're saying, but like, yeah, I'm kind of curious. I'll have to kind of keep a better awareness around that too. And I'm glad you mentioned that. That's the kind of stuff I like to have conversations about in terms of business, because if it is one thing new coming in that category, I want to pay attention. Would you say within a few days? Would you say it normally goes out?
Yeah. I mean, definitely within the week, but sometimes even like the next day or two, I'll see other items. I mean, obviously, if you're listing
right?
new items, yeah. If you're listing newer items, and some of those are highly sought after. Like I picked up some games this past week that I knew would sell. Like as soon as I listed them, I knew that would happen.
Yeah.
Like Super Smash Brothers, Brawl. I know that's a hot game. Like it's going to sell. The sell-through rate's pretty high, so I knew when I listed that one would sell. But when I listed those games, I had 2 games sell that I've probably had for 8 months listed. Cheaper games, but they sold. So,
but you got it out of that category, and then what's nice is maybe next time you just kind of stick with what I'm trying to do is like when I go source, I just I'm not saying I always adhere to this, but my threshold is to kind of go anywhere from over 20. Sometimes I'll pick up cheap. If it's like you said, a fast sell-through rate, I'll buy it if I know it's going to sell pretty quick, like in a month or something. But to keep it on a higher end, so that's a nicer goal too. It's a nice aim to go, okay, I'll still buy it, but at least I got rid of some of that cheaper low-end pricing.
Even if it's tough too, like depending on how you're sourcing, because like I know, if all you're doing is hitting thrift stores, dude, that's tough. It's tough to get enough items that are high quality to.
Well, the thing with thrift stores is it's hard to get mass quantities unless you're buying like a retail arbitrage. But then the opposite can happen too. Like what you and I do is we buy in bulk sometimes. Like we just go in and buy a whole bunch of stuff, from a guy. Whether it's his, like, hey, do you want this whole truckload of stuff? You know what I mean? And well, I'm not saying you buy a warehouse, but like you go in and you'll buy like a whole house full of stuff, won't you? Or
I'll buy. I mean, I go to estate sales and I buy in bulk there. Like the estate sales I go to are make a pile sales. Like, hey, you make a pile.
Okay, but you still so you do cherry pick a little bit.
Yeah. But I mean, like I've always said, I mean, the more you put it in the pile, the cheaper it gets. So I'm gonna keep putting stuff in the pile. Okay. Even if in that idea, for me, I may pick some lower end items in that pile because if it's something I think may sell pretty quick, or if it's like, dude, it's so cheap at this point, like
you're paying like dimes on a dollar or whatever.
Yeah. And also you hedge your bets essentially. Because like I said, I mean, if I go into one of those things, I spend a couple $100, but if I leave with 50 items, like say maybe some of those items are only $15.
It'll be like part of that pile where you really don't pay anything for it. In essence, and then there's always those big. because I know you like you said, that one big ticket item is going to pay for it all 10 times. You know?
Yep. Yeah.
And
I mean, like
you're
these
right.
boat parts, I literally have. I don't even think I have a penny in each boat part now.
Exactly. Yeah.
When I bought them, I don't even think I had a penny in each one because I mean I paid $500 for 80 boxes. I mean, some of these boxes I'm pulling 100 parts out of.
And so at that point, just start throwing stuff in the pile.
Dude. Yeah.
Otherwise, because they can look at that one big ticket item and you pay close to what you were going to pay if you just started throwing stuff in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My guys look out for me. Joe was talking about that eBay was going to do small trackable parcel geared towards cards, but yeah, it definitely would be great for small parts. Hopefully it's coming.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure the details of that, but that would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there was a shipping rate that was super low on lighter items that was trackable, that'd be great.
Oh yeah.
If you're doing cards. And like some of the stuff I sell don't even, you got to put your thumb on the scale to even get it to show up. Like some of those parts are just little tiny pieces of plastic.
Yeah. I'm sorry as I make some noise here. I'm just one day I'm going to get a Rolo.
Keep looking, man. Thermal printers pop up.
Well, I'm getting frustrated, like just constantly thinking about this, like just having conversations about business with guys like you, getting to meet like Christopher yesterday, who afforded he was really generous. And I felt a little off my game because Luis had an emergency.
Yeah.
But I think it actually, looking back, I think I was more critical of myself, and it was okay. I did pretty good under the conditions. And he was, like I said, generous, but for the most part, he was joyful. Like he was very gracious with the way he answered questions.
Yeah.
He still afforded some golden nuggets. You know what I mean? He always does. But he also like danced around the topic that I like to talk about. So, but just thinking about that kind of stuff, it makes me just want to like cut every corner I can. It's like I'm realizing, every second of my day, if I can just put that extra time of constant. Our main goal is to list, right?
Yeah, I mean it's processing. I mean essentially that's what Chris is really good at is the processing of things. So
well, did you see his post this morning?
I have not.
He alluded. I just only reason I saw it is I got a message on my thing. I don't know if you did this since you got 1,000, but I don't know if you know how to or if it's available to you yet. But it may be a process you have to request. But you're able to, I guess, once you get 1,000 or more, you can post.
Yeah.
A mess anyway. So Chris,
I'd like to just to promote our show, but
I think that's healthy to do that. Yeah. Christopher alluded to possibly having his wife being pregnant. Started asking the child question. I mean, he's always talked about that. Yeah, he got me pumped up and really thinking about certain things too.
Yeah, I like what he was saying about writing everything down and then eliminate the things that aren't vital.
Yep, like the subtraction process.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, that's why I mentioned. I don't know if you noticed. I did actually have a lot of questions, but I didn't get to organize them in the way that like you have the questions in a row. Like this would be the best first to ask, but it went smooth. But I really wanted to ask him about his journal writing process.
Man, Joe's talking about that small track, and he said he thinks the rate will be around 75 cents. That's what they're talking about. But like they're talking about doing a pilot program. That'd be awesome.
Wait, I'm sorry. Back up. What's this about?
It's about super lightweight packages like sports cards and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Like making a trackable shipping, but that trackable shipping being like that, like 75 cents.
Interesting.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, I think so. That most def. So let's see what happens this next year with the post office. I'm actually kind of, because of what appears, not that I'm talking politics, but with the change of with the election, I'm just wondering if this new administration, if there is one, is going to, take a look at how our post office does business. And that would be, an interesting business reseller question to kind of delve into. I mean, eventually they're going to have to rehash.
The post office now is going to be able to catch up because honestly, a lot of what has them bogged down during this season was political mailers. Like my post office was telling me, like we have so much of that stuff we can't even like.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, you think about just how much you get in your like. I have PO box. I was like, I guarantee you, I've thrown like 20 of those things away a day.
Exactly.
Like so you imagine if you're the one having to process that and every.
I was going to say, yeah, imagine if you're the guy carrying that stuff over your back, that's a lot of pounds.
Yeah, you're like, dude, I mean, I'm sure Joey could speak on it, but I'm sure that's a lot of what they're dealing with as far as you talk about slowdown and stuff. That's the way to do it for sure.
I would love to hear him talk about it, but I don't think he'd want to.
Yeah.
I mean, for obvious reasons.
Well, I mean, my postmaster was flat out like, I cannot wait till it's over. But see, for them, it comes one right after the other because they go from that to Q4. So they're right into packages being heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm trying to force this in a poly bag, and I better not. Ugh. I hate when you got to use this like extra.
Thanks for coming, bro.
Let's find a poly bag that works.
Dude, check this camera out I just got.
Hold on, let me go back to StreamYard. Okay.
This
Dude,
thing is
a little blurry. Oh, where'd you get that, man? What is it?
Yashika.
I just found a Minolta.
The guy I bought it from said that he was stationed in Japan and he picked this thing up when he was there. Like you're talking like probably
Korea or World War I, maybe.
Yeah, this guy's like 80 some years old.
Oh, okay. It could be Korea, Vietnam then.
Yeah.
That's
pretty
interesting.
wild. He was Navy. So he had this and he has a Nikon, but I think I left the Nikon in the house.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I know you can't see me. I got to go get a couple.
Yeah, right.
I think I have them.
Oh.
I found it. I don't know how I'm going to do it. That's one poly mailer there. I've been using, my sister gave me a while back, and I said, no, I don't want them. And then the next time I went to go see her, because she used to do eBay, and then she's like, do you want these poly mailers? And I'm like, do you have any of those poly mailers you were going to give me? They're like super huge, like really huge.
Yeah,
and I can't tell you how many times I've used those. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I use those bigger ones too, man. They're perfect.
To go over a box? Heck yeah. Like you can wrap the box carefully. Sometimes, take whatever box I can find and then put it in there.
Well, a lot of times for me, what I use them for is when I find stuff that I don't really need to wrap extra. It's still new in the box.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Occasionally I'll throw some bubble around it and do it like that. But.
Yeah, I'll do like the bubble sometimes. I'll be right back.
Rangefinder. I don't see rangefinder. Hey Ken, what's going on this morning?
Yeah, it's going to take me a little while longer, a few more weeks, but I'm trying to streamline everything, reorganizing. Last year I got a little disorganized. Whew.
I feel you.
Gotta get it together, brother. Well, never mind. I was going to ask something, but I'll ask you behind the closed doors later. Something else has been on my mind. Oh, that might work.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I need to start hitting the Walgreens more for retail arbitrage around the holidays. So I found some good deals, man.
I'm gonna say too, like once you get past Christmas, man, I found killer RA there last year.
And the thing is like even if it's leftovers, so you can if you know how to hunt right. It
Well,
must
some
take
of it I have right now, but I definitely probably tripled my money on what I have, and now I've got inventory that I mean I've already got it. It's new in the box. It ain't gonna get cheaper.
I just let it go. Once I know I got my money back, I let it go. Like you said, just let it go.
Walgreens, man, they're good about lowering their prices for sure.
They're smart because whoever's thinking about their business strategy, think about how much money and time and waste that they got to get with manpower and sending it back and taking time to pennies on the dollar for what they pay. We know that's what they pay. It's just cheaper to let it go. And then,
well, you put them in contrast. Do you guys have CVS where you're at?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So contrast that to CVS, who holds on to everything. So they like stacked on top of everything, like up to the ceiling.
You're right. I never thought about that, but you're right about them.
I'll talk to the people at CVS. Years ago, I used to do some merchandising, like part time.
Okay.
So I've been in all those stores, and I was like, man, you guys. They're like, yeah, they don't let us put stuff on sale like that. So they just hold on. So after Christmas, you'll still see the same stuff in there that's been there for ever.
It just sits there, yeah. And then they as it goes, and they keep reorganizing the clearance aisle pile. It's like a bunch of junk with dust on it,
Yep.
It's interesting you said merchandising. I worked for a company when I was a retail supervisor, and that kind of watched over a lot of the merchandisers and stuff. Sometimes I had to be I had to work close with them. I was one of the guys that worked. I wasn't in charge of them necessarily. I had my own team, but that was only at the store that I worked with. The other outside merchandisers would come in. They would work for the same company as me, but they didn't get paid quite as much, unfortunately. And of course, they would tell me their stories and complain. But my company just reached back out to me after years of project management. Merchandising. I'm like, yeah, right. How much they pay? They didn't pay
movies.
What's that?
I used to do movies, and I'd have to go pull movies and send them back to other places and all that kind of stuff.
So regardless of what the product is, it's so tedious, isn't it?
Yeah. The most tedious one I did, but I did learn about. So there's these little. I did this at Walmart before. There's these little animals, and they're like PVC animals, like they're that hard plastic.
Oh yeah.
Man, it's called like fleshness or some kind of. It's got a long like niche on the back of the name. Mm-hmm. But those things are super expensive, like super expensive.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've sold one. I sold one for $40 that I found. It was, and the only reason I knew about it was because where I did that merchandising.
And you knew, oh, this is worth something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. So, man, I wish I could think of the actual name so I could tell you.
It's interesting what you're mentioning right now about just that, your prior experiences, even if it's not necessarily related to reselling or whatever it is you're talking about, your prior experiences bring you into, a recognition and a consciousness of like, oh, look at that. Because I was listening to Storage Pirate Auction the other day. I just had him on in the background for noise, and he even admitted, I'm just on. I don't know what I'm doing because I was supposed to have a video, but I'm going to go live. And as he was talking, he mentioned that one of the guys, I think it was like the most famous guy from remember that TV show called Storage Wars or something like that?
Yeah.
And he said he bought one thing from this guy because he was selling something and he sold it really cheap. But out of that pile of stuff that the guy was selling, he noticed one up, like you said, this animal thing or whatever. He noticed this one object that was like worth $500, and he ended up buying the whole pile for $10. And he just said that was what hooked him to do what he's doing now in terms of reselling. Realizing that if you're aware. Go ahead.
That's how it works. Like for sure, all it takes is one sale to hook you.
Yeah, like tool guys, man, they're just like so on it. And if they know how, where, and what to do and where to go, that's why they're there so early. video game guys too. Like I can't get to I can't get to my yard sales fast enough. Every time I go there, I'm like 2 steps behind them. And the lady goes, "Oh, I just sold. If you were here 10 minutes ago, this guy, you could have got this video game system." And I'm like, "Oh man."
You got to be like Matt, man. You got to be the first one there.
Yeah. Well, did you hear what Christopher said to me yesterday? He's like, he was very polite. Like he kept bringing it back down to, although I know he's more about like, get away from this one-off stuff. But he was saying, even if you're into vintage or, finding stuff and you're thrifting, he says, you gotta like whatever it is, I can talk about upping your game. You need to be. I almost mentioned Matt, part-time picker, but I was like, nah, don't bring him up. He got excited that Jeremy was there. Did you notice?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of fun to watch him. He was like, Ed, like Jeremy from What the Hells. Like, yeah, it was really nice. Jeremy's been popping in. He's been very supportive when he comes into community like that.
Yeah,
he's good about
I guess they're getting ready to head to I think
Florida.
they're buying property in Florida.
I think he already bought it. I want to say. I mean, I don't know.
It'll probably be released on their next video.
Yeah.
I knew they put an offer in.
Good. That's good.
Okay, so here's the name. I was way off. It's Slick. I'm going to type it in the chat.
The toy?
Yeah.
I got to look it up. It's not. Oh, I think I know. They're really like hard plastic, but they're a different animal, right? And they got the little tags on the legs.
Yeah, they got it in there. I put it in the chat.
Who's in the chat right now? Hey, guys. Hey, Nate. Hey, Joe Dills.
Yeah.
We got Leroy's back there. Yeah. Hey, Kelly. How you doing? Kelly, I think, put some money down on a house. I hope she got it. Rummage for Riches. Matthew. Got a whole bunch of people in here. What's the matter?
I'm just looking up animals.
Oh.
Has anybody ever shipped a clock that has chimes? Tim from over the years is asking. I have not.
If you do, I know it's hard, Tim, but if you can wrap those chimes up as much as you can, don't let them clank against each other, and just wrap them with bubble wrap and in between, and put, that or peanuts and stuff. It's gonna be a hard one.
Tim, man, still dealing with that kryptonite, that Giants kryptonite, ain't you?
Dropping my pins. What are you listing next, Eric?
I'm finishing this camera.
Okay. Oh, did I tell you I found a Minolta this last weekend for $3? It's
nice.
Yeah, but I listed it wrong. Somebody bought it, and then the parameter or one of the numbers I put on there was a little bit off. And the guy told me, he says, like, I noticed your listing and your picture's a little different. I'm like, oh, thank you. You were close, but you were off by a number. And I'm like, oh. So I had to refund them, but I almost sold it for like $76.
You guys going live tonight too, Tim? For the game?
Tim's going live?
Yeah, they have a sports channel. I don't know if you...
Oh, yeah. I thought, because I was going to say he was already live yesterday. But, you mean the sports program? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. He does it like two times a week, or is it 3?
It depends. Like if there's a
that's a lot of work.
If there's a game with their thing is like no game tonight, but yes. Okay.
I know he enjoys it, but still, that's a lot of work being on a lot,
I'm thinking Monday for some reason.
But Monday's when he does all his auctions and stuff.
Yeah, Monday's the auction stuff.
He does all his listings and things, and yeah, he does a thing with his mom and sometimes his girlfriend. 1, 2, 3. Oh, good.
Their show is man. I don't know if you've ever watched their sports show. It's really good.
I tuned in a couple times. I just don't have a lot of time. I try to listen later on. Sometimes I'll put it on in the background, but I never get to watch it on time.
Right now, our church does night church because we're having to share a building with somebody, and so I sometimes catch him in the mornings before football comes on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it just depends because, like you said, like there's no game tonight, so it just it varies, right?
Yeah.
Totally. I'm gonna ship this. I got this one lady. I should have that's where I need to start having a little side thing of cash. I locked all my cash up lately, so that's why I'm gonna go do a flea market this week and make some cash flow. But this last deal, this lady I bought stuff from, I'm still making money off of this deal. She sold me a lot of collectibles. There we go. FedEx today.
Yeah, I try to do a run of I'm trying to everything I'm buying. I'm trying to get my money back the same week.
Yeah, that's
a week
nice.
Time, at least get my money back, and then everything else, obviously, at that point would be just.
Well, let me ask you this: so when you're buying it, is that part of the thinking process of I'm not going to buy this if I can't? I don't think I could sell it soon.
I mean, I'll still take a chance on it, but what I'll try to do is I'll go in and hammer out especially the valuable stuff.
Yeah,
I'll try to hit that first, just to make sure I'm getting it back. So then everything else I know is that basically residual income off of everything else. That's kind of my thought process is. Because I mean, you do have to think about how long are you going to hold on to this stuff. I mean, that's
been a criteria for me lately. Yeah, that's been a big cue. I agree with you. Yeah. So you don't want to sit there with it all this whole time.
No, I mean, it's kind of. Leroy said, "Did somebody say flea markets?"
Yeah, Leroy, I'm going to flea market this weekend. I love Leroy. He's so funny about that. That's the one thing a lot of people didn't bond with him about that right away. And I know it's because I know not everybody does flea markets now. I love Tim too, who does it too, but he doesn't, he doesn't have a lot of opportunity to because he's always so busy. But
he's they've been all shut down up there, DC area, because he usually does.
He just did one not too long ago, I heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he told me. I said, "Did you do one?" He goes, "Yep," because he posted something, and I didn't know if he was just posting it to go to it or to vend. And he goes, "No, we're going this time." So yeah, but you can really get some quick cash flow back, But out of that, it's also I'm like Leroy. You want to get rid of stuff too.
All right, Mr. We'll see you in a bit. Off to the post.
Somebody's coming on.
Nah, Mr. Bill.
Oh yeah.
Ken.
Oh, that's Ken.
Yeah. The other Ken, Ken, my guy that I know in person is Island Homesteader, but SSK is Ken. I've always called him Mr. Bill because he used to have his little thumbnail was Mr. Bill.
Did he get rid of it?
Yeah, now he's got something else. I can't make out what it is.
Oh man, I love that Mr. Bill. I guess he got annoyed by it.
Probably everybody calling him Mr. Bill all the time. But I think he said his name is Bill, like Mr. Bill.
What happened? What'd you say?
But his first name is Ken.
Okay. I noticed a lot of people are going through these moniker identity kind of questionings. Salvadorable Mercado.
Yeah.
He got rid of his name. He just called it down. Now he's just I'm just going to go by Sal's. So everybody was lazy and called him Sal anyway.
Well, the thing that's hard too is from a YouTube standpoint, if people can't find you,
yep,
it's too hard to punch you in.
Yep. That's what I told him because he asked me. He kind of texted me, and I was like, "What's up?" And he's like, "What do you think?" And he goes and he shows me some monikers, and I'm like, I said, "Really? You know, I mean, it's kind of you know what I'm going to say. It's up to you, but." I said, think about your brand. How do you want people to locate you or think about or remember you?
Yeah.
And I said, because are you doing this for you? Is this a pride thing, or does it bother you that your name's not going to be this name? I said, if not, you know, if you're stuck on that identity, then you need to keep it. But I said, if you're looking at how you're going to afford people to really, it's not so much locating you, but I think it's also to remember you too in an easier way. Oh, that's Sal. You know, yeah, it's Sal Mercado, but you know, so
Yeah, Bill said he took the moniker down when he started YouTube because he didn't want to deal with a copyright strike because he was using their thing, which is smart. His last name is Bill, so that's why
okay.
he did Mr. Bill.
Oh, interesting. And then it kind of, I got it.
So he just took it down just so he wouldn't run into that. That's what he said.
Just a visual copyright, really?
Maybe.
Interesting. I wouldn't think so, but I guess so.
You never know. Like, things are weird.
Yes, sir. Business, you got to keep business, like Ben Franklin said.
Sometimes I think eBay suggested prices like all over the map.
Mm-hmm.
This thing's suggesting me to sell it for 30 when I see other ones that are sold for 70.
I never listen to their suggestions. I do my homework before I go in there, and I know what I need to put it at. Like that's the first thing I look at is I know what the ratio is, and then I lowball it by $1 or whatever. I know it's
Well,
not.
I'm gonna price it high anyway, so
Okay. Yeah, if you know what you need to price it at, deal with that. And also, I'm trying to keep. A lot of people have been saying, you know, don't price too low because you're gonna always get those watchers. And it's true. I've been selling more by
I send watchers every day. So
yeah, you know what I mean. I know you get it. I'm preaching to the choir.
Sony.
How's your class? No, you didn't have it yet. Are you doing it this week? Do you have it Thursday?
Yeah, Thursdays.
Yeah. You have a good one?
A couple of new guys in class. So.
Yeah. I know you enjoy that. I'm glad you do that.
Sometimes those guys come in, it's a little rough on them the first couple of weeks because they're at that rehab, they're straight cold turkey. Like they don't give them any other than like ibuprofen and stuff. Like
yeah, they just got to come in and get comfortable in their skin and just kind of realize you're there to help them.
Yeah.
And then they got to help themselves, right?
That's it.
You want peace in your life? You want peace in your life so you could have pizza? You want a piece of pizza? Or do you want a piece of
Sony.
Yeah, those guys, you know, they got to watch it. You don't want to. It takes one time that the probation officer or cops or something sees them and looks at them in the wrong way.
Well, they have it's a couple of different ways. There are the guys that are trying to get out of jail, you know, that go to rehab court ordered or like, hey, if you go here, you don't have to spend time. But then there's other guys that legit, they're like ready for a change.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, they're really trying.
Yep. And there's a few guys that have been through it before and they just recognize some things coming back around that, hey, if they didn't take some steps, they were going to they'd be right back where they came from. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a residency program, and they're actually there for a minimum of 8 months. So
they have I got you.
To complete it, and then they do offer them opportunities after that if they want to stay. Like they start a third phase program, which is kind of like reacclimation to the world, like
a job.
Kind of like you would be working out in the community, but still have the opportunity to, you know, to live there and have some accountability there.
Structure too. Some of those guys, they don't know how to get beyond that system, so they need that structure continuation.
Yep. So it's good. I enjoy it.
Because then when they're ready to fly, they'll go, okay, I'm ready. I need my own place.
Yep. That's how it works.
You ready? Yeah. I don't need you to watch me every 5 minutes.
Man, I'm always like, you guys are brave coming in doing what you do, because like a lot of that stuff, man, I couldn't imagine having to ask to do everything.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go brush.
Well, their first 2 weeks is pretty tight, man. It's pretty tight on them, like that kind of stuff. Like, hey, you've got a schedule, and here's your schedule, and
you better adhere to it. No, I know. I had a guy that did that with me. He's like, can you write my house? I got to tell him that I got here, and I'm like, yeah, I emailed, stuff like that. He was under a lot. Like he had to they were watching him like a hawk.
Yeah, I mean, and some of it, like some of those guys need that initially, and then down the road they can.
Yeah, you can tell when they're jokers. I got up early this morning.
Tape recorders always keep some extra blanks around.
Yes, sir. That's what I do for. Oh, you know what? I didn't even check the comps. The lady pretty much gave them to me. Was these VHS players? They sell pretty good, don't they?
Yeah, depending on which one they are. Some of them are real good.
But this doesn't have any. There were two of the same. I don't know why they had two. But long story short, yeah, it was kind of interesting. I said, yeah, I'll take them because I figured maybe I'll sell them as a bundle too. Sometimes people want two because you can. I think you could record on one and play the other. That's all you really need. Sometimes to tape something is 2 VCRs, right?
I mean, you mean transferring VCR to VCR?
Yeah, like recording old, tape. I used to do that as a kid back in the 80s when I was in high school, and I would. We had, my parents owned a VCR, and we would go to the video store and rent. It was and it was a small town. You'd laugh, but we would go and rent another VCR for the night, and I would bundle up on a bunch of hot movies and just record them, just so I'd have Star Wars or whatever. Not to sell, although that would have been interesting. All right, FedEx. Luckily, when I go to FedEx, there's a 5 and Below on the way. That's when I usually stop there. I'll poke my head in and buy stuff.
Yeah, I turn the fan up, man.
I'm burning up in here too.
What's going on in here?
This conversation's getting hot, Eric. Wonder how Dapper Daddy's doing.
I do a lot with electronics, man. That's one of the things I look for. So VCR combos, all that kind of stuff. I sell a lot of them.
I got one sitting here. I need a list. It's probably when I get done with this stuff, we're gonna take off for a little bit. Go do some errands.
Because they're sometimes the belts and stuff on those things go bad.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how I made this work, but I did.
Yeah, I got a bunch of pre-recorded VHS tapes for next to nothing the other day.
Pre-recorded.
So at some point, I got to go watch them because there's an odd thing about these things, man.
Yeah, I know.
If you can find the commercials, the right commercials are worth huge money.
I've been looking, but I just
the place I go, they charge too much to buy them, so I don't bother. But unless it says something specific on it, like cartoons or something, there was some that were like, you know, some cheesy movies I didn't
Well,
want to do.
one, I got like 3 totes as a throw-in.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then I got 1 tote. I mean, well, it's bigger than a tote, a full box at one of my local thrifts.
Okay.
They were getting ready to throw them away, and I saw her. I was like, "Hey, I'll take them." So at some point, I got to make a day where I just sit there and pop them in, and as I'm listing or whatever.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, just what you could do is have a little. Wait till you find one. You know, when you do your bundle deals, Eric, just find one of those little mini ones that have the where you just pop the video in. You know, little tiny. And sometimes you may end up watching an old movie or something. But like you said, if it's those pre-recorded ones, sit there and listen. Especially if it's like an old ball game or something. Those are fun to watch.
That's funny. Joe said he knows a guy that's still a VHS collector. He prefers the VHS unit and has a pile of players. He's always asking him to find blank DVDs, sets up recording schedule to record off TV. So ask him, he probably has tons of old commercials. Yeah, look them up, man. You'll be surprised. Like it's pretty. Isn't
that amazing?
Pretty wild how some of those. If you find somebody that's got pre-recorded Alf, that's like gold.
Pre-recorded what?
Nate, what's up, bro?
Howdy.
How you doing?
Sorry, it just took me ages. I was up in the house listing. I was up listing in the house and all that, but there's nowhere where I could really set up. So I moved everything I'm doing down to the shed.
There you go.
Get to work, man. We're listing.
Yeah, so am I.
Let's list, baby.
Nate, do you know Ken Skeets?
Yes.
We were talking the other day about maybe doing a super long listing challenge. Aussie US.
Okay. Sort of go through all different time zones and all that.
Yeah, maybe bounce it from channel to channel.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
You know, and that would take a lot of leverage. Is like if you got 2 guys in the same time zone, one can do it for 4 hours, the other guy can do it for 4 hours, in case one guy can't stick, and then the guy can come back to the other one, you know, whether it's wherever it is, you know. We got Nate, do you know Mel back from Burnout?
Yes.
So I got her coming up in a couple weeks on my show. So, and that really threw me for a loop because I had to stop and think. And she's, you know, about the time zone thing. She was very generous with like just kind of going over the schedule. But we figured it out like really quick. And I went, oh, that's right. You're in the future. And I'm like, so I can't call it Monday's Mindful Merchants anymore. And she just laughed. And I said, you know what? I said, actually, Luis and I, my co-host, we talked about. I said, when are we going to drop the Mondays? You know. So she is going to be one of our excuses for dropping it because we're going international. You guys know about the new thing that YouTube's doing to compete with TikTok, those things called shorts?
Yeah, they pop up all the time.
Yeah, so I just did my first one the other day, and I probably should have wore a hat and some glass. I forgot my glass, but I was taking a walk, and I went, I'm just going to do it. So it was like this Lone Star was on a fence. Somebody put, here in Texas, they put those Lone Stars just all over the place. So I stood there and just did a quick, it was perfect. I thought it was closer to 59 seconds, but it was 55, and just went on there, and it's so easy to edit. And they're just, you know, you got to do it where you can't do it horizontal. It has to be vertical because of the rules with that. And then you just put the hashtag shorts and maybe something else. And it's good for like, that might be better for you and Sam, Eric, on your guys' thing, you know, like Wednesday or midweek, pick one day a week where you guys trade off. Like 1 week you do it, maybe 1 week he can do it on terms of your guests, and say, hey, this week we got da 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 da, and you know, you just, and it's 1 minute. I mean, it's so easy. If you want to edit it, I put music in the background. It was so easy. Threw up some. They say put a lot of like text or visuals and stuff, and it's a good promotion. So, all right, I'm done wrapping this stuff.
Yeah, actually, messaged eBay this morning because another eBayer, so another YouTube eBayer, I was talking to him last night, and he said, just ask for more listings. They can only say no, and just tell them that you're trying to up your business and you're trying to make more money for them and all that. So I had the conversation, and I got another 60 listings added.
Nice.
So I'm adding them all very quickly.
Yeah.
Once you mention, oh, I'm in it for the money, they're like, yeah, we'll help you. Did you have to call the Philippines?
No, it was a online just chatting.
Okay.
So
Whenever I call, I always get the Philippines. I don't know why.
Yeah, one of the videos I put out so far of our road trip we did, I bought a whole bunch of like sealed Blu-rays for $2 each. So
oh yeah, I saw that one with your wife, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm focusing on, a lot of getting those out and easy, simple stuff at the moment, just stuff I can list quickly.
Yeah, and get your numbers up.
Yeah, the harder stuff like listing board games and things like that, I'll leave them for the new year when I've got lots of listings.
Sure. Or when there's empty space. Unless it's a good, if it's one that moves quick and it's expensive, sell it.
Oh, yeah, anything that's like sealed new, I'm throwing out there right now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, now's the time for sure.
All right. What do I need to do next? I got a big week ahead of me. I'm just like, my brain is just constantly going. I think I told you, Eric, I got a flea market this Saturday, but if I don't have everything ready by Thursday, it's just too much last minute on Friday. But I got so much new product that I think my guess is at least my aim is to get $300 to $500 in cash. 3 I did last time, easy. This is not a flea market where I can get quite 1,000 yet because it's a smaller flea market, but it's not a niche one. But they do have good unexpected flow, and I got some good product like knives and things like that, some antiques, as opposed to selling it on eBay. So I got to clear a car out. You guys want to let me borrow your truck? Nate, I'll come and get it.
Yeah.
What's this thing doing?
See what these things are.
On Saturday, they've got this one's about an hour and a half away from me, and I think it'll just make a good video on the fact that they call it the Great Drake Yard and Boot Sale. Mm-hmm. So it's like they're hyping it up, so it's like I can go, and then if I'm disappointed, then it'll be a funny video. If it's a lot of good stuff, then
and obviously you got a lot of good stuff. Yeah,
and you got
the Great Drake Yard and Boot Sale is on next weekend. Please come along and support our community, as some locals have their first garage sale in 20 years.
Man, well, it sounds like
that's the type of stuff you want to read.
Yeah. Stanley #1.
Met a new guy on. Turns out he contacted me, and he's oh, you're from Texas, and just found out his name's Ben. And he's like from part of Texas, and he had some post up, and it's called "Failure May Be a Blessing." It's 54 major causes of failure, and I was trying to read it on an Instagram post. You have to kind of stretch it with your fingers, but it's I call it slingshotting back, like it'll go back to size. So you can't read it.
It'll snap back.
Exactly. Yeah. I call it slingshot, but snapback. Yeah. But I asked the gentleman, I said, would you please send that to me in a photo? And he did. And the first habit, one of the 4 major causes of failure, the first one listed was the habit of drifting with circumstances without definite aims or purposes. It's like, I just love that stuff, reading about. Number 2, unfavorable physical heredity at birth. How can that be a cause of failure? Unfavorable physical heredity at birth. That one I don't agree with.
So you're born to fail? Is that what he said?
I don't know.
Maybe if you're like 5 foot nothing and 100 pounds and you want to be a sumo wrestler, like your genetics have doomed you to fail in that field.
Oh, that's interesting you say that, Nate. I went to go see, not to make this a thing about Texas, but one day I was living in New York City area, metropolitan at the time, and who used to be the governor of Texas, the first woman governor, I think. Well, no, she wasn't the first. She was like the second or third, but her name was Ann Richards. You guys may have heard of her. She actually ran for president at the time against President Bush. And I went to go hear her speak, but it was on National Women's Month or something like that. And for it was a business conference. So I somehow got out of my job and I asked my supervisor, "Hey, I want to go hear this." She's like, "It's a woman." I said, "Oh, so you're going to discriminate for me learning something new?" I said, "She's like, why do you want to go?" I said, "What's the governor of Texas?" She's like, "Oh, that's right. You're from Texas. Go." So it was a breakfast conference. And I went, and this lady asked her a question, and she was Asian, and she says, "I want to get a gift for my niece." I'm like, "Why are you asking her this question?" And she's like, she's becoming a lawyer, but in China, they kind of frown upon women and this and that, and she's like, "We have to wear red because it stands out as like business savvy and this and that." And she's like, "What should I give her as a gift for becoming a lawyer?" And I thought, that's your questions? Immediately, this lady's so savvy. She's got the best comeback. She's like, "Honey, get her a good pair of high heels," because what she was explaining that in China, your height has a lot to do with like your business structure. So her physical appearance had much to do with that. Most women are short, this and that, and so in order to be like considered successful in business in China, you have to be of like a certain height. So jokingly, she said, "Get her a good pair of high heels." And I just remember her just talking about this physical appearance thing. I thought, oh my god. But who also talked about that, Eric, was Christopher. I was watching an old video of his, and he said he got criticized big time, and he was talking about it from a business perspective. People were criticizing, like, "Go get Botox, fix your teeth, this and that." And he says, I forget what was the quote, something like, "Your disadvantages doesn't basically dictate how well and successful you are in your business."
Yeah.
What that quote meant, I don't know.
7.
I lost Eric on that one.
7.5. There you go. I was trying to find this square. I'm on that tool thing right now with
Good, get it done.
This dude's picture, man. He took it on a paper towel on his counter. Took the white background, just used a little downy. It's great. I guess use what you got, huh?
Yes, sir.
That's why I don't mind listing this sort of stuff, because all I do is I lay it flat onto a table and just angle the camera nicely and all that, and you literally see just a tiny bit of a border of my coffee table, and that's it.
Yeah, I
It's
do
nice
that with these parts because I can take straight down. I ain't got to do anything else. Easy listings. Always nice.
All right, November is finished. I got everybody booked. So we got Buffalo Picker next week. Mel back from burnout the following week on the 23rd, which is technically the 24th for you, Nate, because you guys have to be ahead of us. I don't know why.
Yeah, Mel posted up a video yesterday, I think it was, about only list things you enjoy listing, or else like you'll have burnout, as her name implies, sort of thing. And I sort of replied like, well, I'm not a big fan of like Christian sort of stuff and having it sitting around, but if I can make money from it, that's what makes me happy with an item if it's profitable. That's the only thing that matters.
But also, what makes you
items,
happy is if you're like a person that doesn't really like the arduous, like you were talking with the games. It's not that you're not going to sell it eventually, but also you're limited in certain. But like you're going to list what sells quicker, and it's easier to list. You're going to scan it. Those are just pop. I'm like, and also selling media is so expedient. You just throw it in a bag. That's it. How hard was that?
I think she's talking about it too from a perspective of like,
right, like what
she said, like
yeah.
dresses. So like having to photograph long dresses, but I hate photographing jeans. But in terms of Depop, especially, like jeans sell more than anything else. So it's just you got to bite the bullet and put on your big boy pants, as they say. And
I'm glad you said that about jeans. So I have probably 2 tubs of jeans when I thought I was going to get into the jean game, right? And
I didn't know it was a racket that we're in, the jeans racket.
You know, it is. It's like, but no, because you sell on Depop and so do I. But it's funny is I've been neglecting it. So I'm thinking, how am I going to get rid of these jeans? I don't want to. It's too arduous to list them on eBay. And thinking about Depop, it's pretty short and sweet. Once you got a template, just keep redoing it. Cut and paste
once you got a lot listed in a category, it's so much easier just to copy your own listings and
exactly
change the numbers and the sizes and all that, and the photos, obviously.
Just get those dimensions down. That's the main thing, right? And the pictures, of course. What's Depop is what, 4 or 5 now? Photos?
4 and videos, which I've been saying it for about probably 2 months now, but I'm going to work on. I want to do stuff for the videos, but more like bonus items and promotions and all that. But it's sort of on the back burner. I'll get to it.
Yeah, I haven't found very much use with clothing unless you have like a mannequin. If your stuff's on a mannequin where you can show the front and back of a shirt, or details real quick. I've used a video once or twice that way, but it's like, to me, it's like really a waste of time. I don't know. Somebody said it's not worth it on Depop. I don't know.
Oh, mine will be more like to highlight the, to say, okay, with this item here, like I think I got the examples here. Like I've got my big box right behind the camera of all like items that would work good as bonus items, but not by themselves. So like this is a hat for Australian cricket.
Okay.
So to like throw that in with one of the Australian cricket jersey that matches it.
Nice. Yeah.
So just
like a lot.
Like that. But then to shoot it as a video and say, then people have to search for the videos to find out, oh yeah, this one's a bonus item, and then it's if you buy this shirt for blah blah blah, you get bonus hat and use that 30 seconds like a TikTok
sales tactic, mate, because like once you get one person doing it, and then other people stumbling on it, then you get repeat buyers because they're like, oh my gosh, I found a secret. I'm not just buying the shirt because I could, whatnot. I mean, unless you're going to be honest and just polite and just send a second item without them saying, I saw it in your video. Maybe you should do that thing. If you mention this by watching the video, I'll send this with it, So if they don't mention it, you don't send it.
So is the video actually on Depop's platform, or you can?
Yeah. So you can film it on their thing, or you can just have like the video. I think it's 30 seconds.
Yep.
So you can just have it ready to go, and then you just add it separately. Because at one stage I was struck like they must have changed something because the video was always the default first picture. So then if you unless you start the video looking at the item, then or I think you can slide it across and have it, but like for me, I was going to use the video that wouldn't even show the item sometimes. So it was like, well, that's not going to work. But I think I've changed it now where it's not the default first picture, which makes so much more sense. People have got nice cameras, they're taking set photos and all that. Why would you want to then use a picture from a video as your main one to try and sell an item? Like, it was a bit silly.
Dude, how about this square? The listing I was looking at, this wood is rosewood, right?
Oh yeah, clean that up, dude.
So I can't ship it international
because it's rosewood.
Yeah.
How did you stumble upon that fact?
Well, eBay blocked me from listing it international.
Oh, you made a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know. Like, how would you know?
Well, you have to be a diligent eBayer, Eric, and you have to read all the policies and know what's their what's the term that they call it when you list something illegally? Vermo or Voom, I don't know what it's called.
Oh, the Venmo.
No, not Venmo.
Vero.
Vero.
Yeah.
I was close.
But I tell you what I've learned: if they flag it, then you can't do it. If they don't flag it, then you can do it. That's what I've learned.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you on that. Back to that video thing, Nate. Wouldn't you think that would be a wonderful feature for eBay to finally get their butt going? Because I tell you what, you would have less issues. I think it would be a great feature for them to really jump on. It's just to have a short video for certain products. You know, maybe start off with.
It's odd that Depop sort of has their focus on like only 4 photos, and then they've added this feature that like not many people utilize, but it's sort of sitting there. So it's like I don't think I've once clicked on a listing and gone, "Oh, I've got a video." Mm-hmm. So it's there, but no one's using it. Whereas used correctly,
we don't really know. Like with those who do have it, maybe it is being utilized. You know, but like with us, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe like a good chunk don't use it.
Dude, if I was, I wonder if you could integrate it with social media. Like, if you use that, say if you were all about clothing, if you're a YouTuber who's all about clothing, if you shot a short video and say, "Look, come to my YouTube to see my extended whatever."
I think we're headed in that direction. I just think I know because I worked in sales and marketing. We had so many new technology opportunities that crept up, especially with us trying to
then you also would create a following, right?
Well, no. I mean, I totally get it in theory what you're talking about. I think it's the way we need to go, and I see it going because like it all merges together. And at one point, like when you're there for YouTube for entertainment, all of a sudden you're quickly going over to buy something because you watched this video or something. I mean, if that's what you were entailing.
Yeah, what I was talking about is a way to monetize it other than just selling on Depop.
Precisely. No. I mean, but not straight across the board, no matter where you're looking.
Yeah, it's like that way. You're basically
right.
It's kind of like filtering people, like funnels. You know, you're funneling them from your Depop to your YouTube.
I mean, that's what marketing is all about. But I guarantee you that all these companies can't get their, excuse my language, their stuff together. And if they would really like somehow have like a centralized marketing, empire that kind of like said, hey, we're going to help. But you know what it is? It's always because with industry, it's always about competition. Walmart and Amazon will never share their trade secrets, and they're going to always try to up on each other. But you know what I mean? And if not, one is going to be the leader in that empire, and that's pretty much what it's about. So it's like, look at Amazon. They're leaps and bounds beyond what Walmart's doing. But Walmart's already, trying to make their own version of Amazon. A little too late, as far as I'm considered. What's that new thing that they have? It's like an Amazon thing where you subscribe to Walmart and you pretty much get everything.
I don't know, and I guarantee you after this year with Walmart, after you're going to see a pretty large leap. Because now that you can go to Walmart and buy from independent sellers as well, you're talking about them expanding pretty substantially what they're doing.
Well, they're going to get buried if they don't, I think, because when you got, the CEO of not Walmart, but of Sam's Club's e-commerce. He wasn't part of the Sam's Club. He was part of their e-commerce website. All of a sudden, this guy, when I worked for Sam's Club indirectly, I didn't work for Sam's Club, but I worked as as a retail supervisor in the back and for a different company that contracted us. And I knew everything about what he was doing online because online returns was one of the biggest headaches that Sam's Club had to deal with. There was always these reactions from the front that were like dealing with, well, if you did that, yes, you can return it. And there was always some kind of interaction that was really causing him a headache. But that guy, he lined up so many sales with Sam's Club. People were ordering online instead of coming in long before the pandemic. And now he's what? He's part of eBay. He's the one that's heading eBay. And I think you're going to see a lot of changes in the next few years too with eBay. I hope there's going to be a lot newer things, not trying to stay in that same old structure. I hope they move beyond their comfort zones.
Well, it's kind of like catch-22 with eBay. Like a lot of people complain that it's not as much like Amazon. It's not as competitive. but yet at the same hand, you can get by with a lot more as a business operator with eBay than what you can on Amazon.
Yeah,
Like they're a little bit looser. So like if they tighten everything up to make vast improvements, and all of a sudden they kick half your inventory because hey, we're not going to deal with that anymore.
Or like that's a good example, Eric. Like remember earlier in March what happened to Amazon? I mean, they locked everybody out, and a lot of vendors were getting frustrated. Like, I can't sell this because they can't get to it, or you know. And so all of a sudden, people were shopping on eBay or whatever other platform they can find whatever they were looking for.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful. I mean, it is what it is, but like I said,
there's pros and cons, definitely. I agree with you.
Because if every platform was exactly the same, then it really just come down to who has the best operating procedures, you know, or what people. I mean, honestly, what the public favor.
That's a good point, though. No. I hear you.
I think it's good that we've got a lot of different niches to sell different things at.
Yeah, because you always hear people knocking like one, whatever. They knock something, whether it's a person, an industry, or a process of its differences. Sometimes those differences end up becoming the strength in the long run when you notice another process just for whatever reason, like you
money you could have made with eBay when Amazon was struggling and not able to ship.
Like we did pretty good this year. Tell you what, we sold every puzzle we had, sold every pharmaceutical.
There's some people in the chat that have dropped in. Justin, Flipping Accountant, thanks for coming by. Deb's Mercantile, thank you for being here. Kenneth said eBay flagged him on a cap gun last night because he had label shipping on it. And didn't have the orange plug on the end, so he stuck a orange foam earplug in it and good to go.
That's actually a bot. Oh, he stuck an orange earphone ear plug.
Yeah,
that's funny. I love it. That's really brilliant.
Genius.
I think it's hilarious.
One of those things. It's funny.
So I went to one of the local op shops the other day here, and this is one of the items. I got up to the counter and I said, I don't know why I'm buying these, but I just have to own them. So I don't know what I'm going to do with them.
Okay.
I'll show the back first. These might be commonplace in America. I don't know, but so we got these these are we got like flip flops. You guys call them?
Yeah.
It depends if they're new.
They're squared off, man. That's kind of wild.
Nate, do you watch Part-Time Pickers, Nate?
You see that they're a keyboard.
Oh,
that's cool. Those don't sell just because they're weird.
I tried to get comps for them. I had no idea, but I'm like, I think they're $3. I'm like, they look like they've barely been worn. I was like,
you'll probably get $20 out of it. Yeah. What's up?
I want to know the imprint it leaves on the bottom of your feet.
You waking up, buddy?
Oh no, I'm up. I've been at the warehouse since 7.
Is there people there? Or are they leaving you alone?
No, they're here.
They're not giving you any problems, are they?
I'm not talking loud yet. When Eric gets me excited, then I talk loud.
Well, that's going to happen in about 2 minutes here.
Hey, why would you do that?
It'll rile you up.
You see the inside of this thing right here?
Wow.
Like the magnet's chipped in 2 places.
Oh.
That's a big mess. Get rid of that, man.
Dude, this thing's $300, bro.
Not broken like that, is it?
No, not broken, but I mean, even like you see the tiny little chip right here?
Yeah.
The magnet's still pretty whole.
Okay. And somebody may be able to do something with it. I don't know.
Hey, Nathan, how are you, sir?
I just looked.
Good. Nice to meet you.
$100, see what's going on.
Have you guys met Nate and Leroy?
I say that I have, but I've seen him around.
So Leroy, Nate is your mirror image in Australia. He's got the glasses and the beard thing going. Got the same smirk. Except he's your doppelganger over there. Except he doesn't look cool. He's not as cool as you.
Yeah, but he has hair. I don't have any hair.
Yeah. You're gonna have to shave it shorter, Nate, to be in the
Yeah.
ball club.
Please, could you please shave it or wear a hat, please?
I had a hat last time, but it's like 1:51 a.m. I don't think that's hat wearing time.
I was just gonna ask that. Yeah. Usually about 10 o'clock the hat comes off.
Wow.
The hat usually comes off at like 10. Right?
There it is. There you go.
There you go. No, you don't have to, sir. I was just teasing you.
Anyway,
If you had a Steelers hat, he'd really be down, huh?
Oh God. Here we go.
Oh, we can't talk politics or football.
Oh,
I've got a big
yeah, politics are definitely
wait a
out.
sec.
He's got a different kind of football, though.
Yeah, soccer, right? They do soccer, and do you
And
do?
we have Australian rules. Australian rules.
Still wrong.
Yep.
Aussie rules.
No. It's not. It's neither. It's not soccer. It's rugby, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say rugby.
Very
Yeah.
close.
Okay.
Wiffle
ball.
Rugby league.
Oh, okay.
Rugby league.
And tomorrow night. So this is my Queensland Maroons. So every year our state plays New South Wales in a 3-game series called State of Origin, and it's like the best. It's tight every time. It's amazing, athleticism and all that. And this year, because of COVID, they moved it to the end of the season, so they've got it 3 weeks in a row on Wednesday nights. And so tonight is game 2. So getting excited for that.
Are you?
Yeah. Sounds
like yeah, we won game 1, and our team was basically given no chance of winning. Like, it was this is the worst Queensland team ever. The New South Wales going to absolutely kill them and all that, and they went out there and literally it was New South Wales. They were down 4 points. The final siren went, and they were trying to play the ball about 5 meters out. So it was like, every game they never disappoint. It always ends up being tight no matter what. Like, it's just crazy how it always works out that way.
It's a good game, huh?
Yeah, and that's on tomorrow night. So might take it off though, because I do that and then I end up looking like I'm in black here.
Aha.
That's the Queensland Maroons.
Rugby league.
I don't know, even people from like Western Australia and South Australia, they always go, "Oh, you like the rugby?" It's like, no, it's 2 totally different sports. I can't stand rugby. It's too slow. It's boring.
Difference.
What's that?
So there's a difference.
Yeah, it's like rugby union doesn't really stop at all. Like, it's just constantly sort of thing, a bit like the Aussie rules football. Whereas rugby league, like it's instantaneous. It's like we have downs, so you have 5 tackles to try and score, or you have to kick the ball, sort of thing. But it's like you get tackled, you jump back up, and you roll the ball to the person behind you, sort of thing. Like, you look up a YouTube video and you'd understand it. But you have downs, so that it's very similar to American football in that regards.
Huh.
You have to pass backwards, and you can kick wherever. So
yeah, I know about the passing backwards thing. I mean, yeah, that are kind of, it's along those rules.
And you wear no pads, right?
For the most part, yeah. Like, they have some players will wear like a light headgear, shoulder pads, that sort of thing. But yeah, overall, not really. As an NFL fan, it's one thing you always hear in Australia is, not like those NFL pansies. It's like, if they didn't wear pads in NFL, they'd be dead. Like,
our old pastor at my church, he used to play rugby because he was married to a British lady, and man, I remember he's retired now, but I remember just a few years ago before he retired, he was always just aching and walking kind of funny. I said, "What's the matter?" And he told me the story about him playing rugby. He says they would just tear him to pieces. Messed up his knees and his legs. It's a crazy sport, huh?
Dude,
I'm just seeing if the game's on anywhere in the US. I remember when I was living in Canada, I couldn't find so many things that I wanted to watch. Like the internet wasn't as big in YouTube and all that back then. And like the rugby league grand final, I couldn't find that. So I decided, oh, well, I may as well just go to work. And I was working at Walmart at the time. So I had my phone with me, and every time I'd go in the freezer and work for 10 minutes, and I'd come back out. And this was during State of Origin, and our team had lost 2 in a row. And the year that I was away was the year that we kicked off and actually then won 8 series in a row, like the longest streak there's ever been.
Wow.
And I was following the phone and all that, and Queensland won right at the death, as they always do. And like I'm sitting there and I couldn't explain to anyone, like, why are you so excited? It's like, well, I can't really explain it because you guys don't care or don't know. But something very good happened in the football back home, so I'm excited.
Yeah.
I was like, I went to my first Buffalo Bills game in Buffalo, and at the time I wasn't a Bills fan, but that was the closest team, and I wanted to go to some NFL games. So I was actually wearing my Australian Rugby League jersey, and I'm walking through the crowd after the game and all that, and a guy passes me in a different team jersey from Australian Rugby League, and it was like,
how funny. Yeah. But it's a lot about familiarity, and once you have the context of being experienced, like you said, you were able to go to experience it. It's like, I imagine if a lot of Americans had that opportunity, which we probably never will, because a lot of them don't travel to go see sports per se. I'm not saying that there's not anybody who doesn't, but one thing that's becoming really bigger and bigger here in the States finally, I mean, I've always loved is soccer. And, can't wait for it to pick up a little more here. We're finally getting a stadium in my city in Austin, Texas.
I can't see anything about a network that it's on, but I'm sure if Americans wanted to catch it, it would be out there, like the State of Origin.
Yeah.
So that's on live in about, I think we were out shopping last week and realized the game started a bit earlier than what we thought, but it's on in about 17 hours time.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be like in the middle of the night for you guys.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of any plumbing parts called Watts? WATTS?
I think I have.
They have regulators, a lot of regulators.
I gotcha.
I put it on my Instagram. Look out for those. They go for anywhere from $30 to $120 a piece.
Nice.
And you can get them like at a garage sale or an auction that just old stock.
Yeah, I'm going to actually, me and Ken, Island Homesteader, are going this weekend to a estate sale that has, I mean, it's got a wall of like bolts and plumbing fixtures and all kinds of stuff in there.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Yeah, I always try to keep an eye out.
Jimmy said he'd rather list than watch soccer.
Jimmy, behave.
Yeah.
Jimmy, behave? Come on now.
But when you see the results and they talk about, like a nil or draw being an exciting defensive battle, and I just think, oh my God, watching 90 minutes of nothing, like for nothing major to happen. Oh, but it was so exciting. There was so many no one scored. I'm sorry. That's like watching.
When I was in high school, I was a lot smaller than I am now before I started lifting or doing anything. And I played basketball, and I was pretty quick. So I was about 165 pounds or something. But I was pretty quick in high school. So the soccer coach talked me into playing soccer because he's like, oh, you're less likely to get hurt than playing football or whatever. And I went out there 1 year, and I played midfield, which means you have to run the whole pitch. Like you run the whole time. And dude, I was like, I looked at that guy after my first couple of games. I was like, man, I've run for 3 hours. Like I said, if I run this much in basketball, I've scored like 30 points. I've scored nothing, and nobody else has either. Like I told him I would work out the rest of the season, but I was done. I only had one opportunity to even score, and that's because like when I was younger, I was pretty. I didn't care. Like I'd lay out. Like it don't matter. Like if I went and played tennis, I had no skin on my knees. That's how I play. Like everything. So when I went out there, the defensive, like we kicked it and it was rolling towards goal, and instead of the goalie picking it up, he just decided to kick it back out. And so when he kicked it, I stretched out like to try to block it because I'm coming down on offense. And dude, that thing smoked me right in the face. I mean, like I was like seeing stars, and I'm laying on the ground looking at it, like rolling towards the goal, and he's on his back. I'm like, dude, it's going in. And my buddy came up and tapped it in. That was the only opportunity to score it. I'm about to kill that kid, man.
Your face saved that game.
I was like, it's crazy. But, I mean, it's like a 1-0 game. Like, why? So that was my one thing with soccer. I was like, I'll never do that again.
I always thought it'd be a lot more entertaining game if they got rid of the goalie. Like, I'd like to just see it one time just to see. Although there was one very interesting soccer game that's on YouTube, and it's basically, I think it's 3 adults versus like 20 or 30 kids. I think there might be semi-professional players in Asia or something. And so, each time someone gets the ball, there's like 10 kids charging it.
Here's what I wish in soccer. If you get carted off the field, you're done. If you lay around rolling on the ground, you out. Like, hey, you got to come out of the game.
Or at least for like one of the sessions or something like that.
Yeah, you're out. You're out because like 95% of kickers are flopping.
Yeah.
Like, you think they got shot by a cannon or something, like when they fall all over themselves just to try to get a card, and then they hop back up like nothing happened after the referee.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. If you ever watch soccer, you know exactly.
No, I have watched. I didn't know you were talking about the fakers. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like the NBA.
Yeah, but you know what? Have you ever got hit by a ball? Like when it does really hurt?
Dude, I just told you I got hit dead in the face.
That's what I'm saying. So like,
it ain't that bad.
Your face saved the game. So what are you complaining about?
I got up and played the rest of the game. Like I didn't lay out there and cry.
I was going to say, if they have that rule in the NBA, they need to call it the Paul Pierce rule. If any of you guys know that story.
Oh, no.
Oh, but there's a conspiracy theory that he acted injured in the game and it wouldn't get up because he needed to go to the crapper. So he insisted on a wheelchair and all that. And then he came back like 5 minutes later as fresh as a daisy. So everyone's always like, he shit himself. That's why he had to get off the court.
Imagine if he had to walk with all that stuff in him. What an awkward walk that would have been back. You know what I mean? Everybody, they would have televised that one for days.
That's like you hear the stories about the NASCAR guys because they're in those cars for like hours and hours, and you hear stories.
Yeah, they just hook up a catheter and let it go.
They do. Yeah.
Hey, Gary's in the house. Kent's in the house. Kelly, you made the women's soccer team in college. You played.
Nice.
Honestly, I think women's soccer is tougher than men's, really. Like, I've watched both of them play.
Can be. Hey, guys, I'm going to hop off for a little bit. I'll come back and check in on you. I may come back on. I'm going to go run to the post office and do some errands.
All right. We'll see you, Ray.
You guys have a good one. I'll see you later.
Have a good
day. Last time I was in a chat, Louis said that he never came back.
So just giving a heads up, if you guys see my lips moving, I'm listening and I have it on mute.
You talking yourself through the listing? I do that sometimes myself. All right.
Where's
Dude.
hell is that?
Oh,
Holy fuck!
Something
what
flies.
is it?
It's a bat.
Oh no!
I'm gonna go open up all the doors so it can get out.
Yeah. That.
Is he helping you list? Oh no! Oh no!
He's in Australia, man. They ain't no time to tell him what kind of bat that is.
Yeah. Well, the bat's saying, "Listen, you're normally supposed to be sleeping at this time, and this is my time to roam around the shed. So you need to go to bed." That's funny.
Crazy. Made the team, but practice was the same time as marching band. Cheers,
Oh.
marching band. Gotcha, Kelly.
Figure it out, mate. Figure it out.
You know, let's say we call somebody for you, but you're a long ways off.
Oh Lord, I've opened up both garage doors, so hopefully he figures it out.
Call the Irwins. Get them over there.
I thought it was just like a big moth at one stage. So I got lights on, and the doors are open. It's the middle of the night, so normally I get like moths and those sort of things. And then it was like this big black thing, and I'm like,
Coming for you.
oh Jesus!
I hope you didn't wake up the family.
Oh, she's fast asleep, and she's like what, 200 feet away from here, 300 feet.
Okay.
Kent said bats on the Barbie.
Oh Lord!
Louis leaves, and then you get bats in the garage.
I knew I had like, I thought moth at first, but I could actually see, like in front of me, I could see like a shadow. And
Hey,
normally moths don't give you a. What's that?
You love it when this happens?
Oh,
When you buy a Wii and the game pops out
Oh yeah.
and it's got Mario on it.
wait a sec.
Winner. Ooh.
I don't know if I've ever sold a console on eBay. I don't think I've ever sold a video game console.
Yeah, I literally haven't tested this thing or anything. So I was just checking it. Always double check and see if they got games in them.
I just got up and the thing was like right next to me, what I was looking for. Unbelievable.
Joey.
So I found this at a op shop yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Open it up.
Hey.
Nice to find it in a dull game. But wait.
There's a second game in there? Very nice.
Just a Pokemon DVD, but I thought.
Man.
Yeah, that was a good score. As soon as I saw that, I was like, this is one of those things, like there's a million things we all could have done right when lockdown was happening. But I was at a pawn shop like a week before, like right when it was all starting. Yeah. And I went to and there was one that they have a whole lot of Wiis. And these things were literally $20 a system, and they had like about 30 systems there. And I I walked away from that, and I'm thinking, that would have been like a 5 to 10-fold of money on that.
Yeah. Dude, I was fortunate, man. I literally bought a video game console haul, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks prior to that happening. So I was still going through it. Dude, this thing's got something on it that will not come off. She's kind of rough. I'll have to set her aside for a later date. Find some stronger something to clean it with.
Yeah, I've got a little clip of a video, like a video that I'm putting together at the moment when Carmen and I went away in the camper van and sourced in different towns and all that. And in one op shop, I found, if you guys know this English series at all,
Nah. I don't know.
it's one of those very slow-paced English dramas and all that. And these are all $3 each. And I think they have up to, I think it's like nearly 20 series now. And there was like all but 2 of them were there. And they were $3 each. And like I'm doing the comps at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Those are good, huh?
Like the 2 sold comps are $55 and $70 for a new one. So at $3 each, that was like finding a stack of Zelda and Mario games sort of thing. It was like,
yeah, occasionally some of those videos are real good.
I was going to list them as like one big, like series 1 to 12, whatever I had. And then I started scanning each one individually, and it was like, oh, wait a sec, I won't be doing that.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the name of it. It's not Predator. It was something like that, but it was an English show, same thing. And I was kind of the Pretender. And that thing was real good. Surprised me.
That's one of those things. I knew it was well worth more than the $3 each, but I've said it in about 5 different videos now that right when I'm filming, I got the GoPro on, I'm walking into the shop and I'm looking at my phone, and I realized I just missed out on it was a Xbox One lot, an Xbox One S with 2 controllers, including a really nice blue one, which they're worth quite a bit themselves, and about 20 games, and the lady had $200 on that. And I saw it, the listing was about 20 minutes old, and there was 1 comment, and I was like, oh no. Yeah, someone saying sold. So I said, I'll pay you $250. That didn't work. So I went to the person who won it, and I said, I'll give you $50 to walk away, and couldn't shift them. Like, missed it by like 5 minutes, and I'm walking into the store on my phone going, oh, you're kidding. And then I see Carmen, and I'm like, I just missed out on a really good buy.
That happens at the flea market sometimes, Joe. You'll notice something and somebody will have it in their hand, and I'll literally sit there like a hawk and just wait for them to put it down. Yeah. And I'm like, just put it down. As soon as you put it down, I'm grabbing it. And most of the time they put it down, but if they don't put it down, I go away so mad.
Yeah, that when they opened up the markets here a couple of months back for the first time in like 6 months, there was a PlayStation 1 on the ground, and I wasn't even recording at this time. And PlayStation 1 in a nice bag, had about 8 games in it, a couple of controls, and it was $40 and all that. So I'm looking through it, and someone says, "Oh, how much is on that PlayStation over there?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I'm getting it. I'm just making sure it's all working all right." I'm like. So I was on the opposite end. I was the person looking at it and holding it going, no, I'm not letting this go. And one of the games I sold for $250. So that was well worth it.
Sure.
I gutted it. It was 3 controllers, the games and all that. And I sold the system, 1 controller, 1 memory card, and 3 of the crap game, the lesser games for, I think it was $50 the next day. So I already made my money back on it, and that was keeping all the good stuff. Yeah, I've got the nice PlayStation bag still.
Yeah, those actually sell for pretty good money too, don't they? Like $20.
Oh, that would cover the money as well. Just this thing on its own.
Yeah, I love selling bags and boxes and the little metal stuff that the tools come in. People don't realize you can split all that up and you can get a little bit of extra money.
That's what I was saying in the video. I'm doing like minute tip videos at the moment, and I showed like the Mario one as an example of, always look in cases, because you just never know. If you got time, you just go to one store that day, have a look around, and just flick open a few and all that, because if it's a game you want to buy, you want to make sure it's in there. But also, people can trade them or get rid of them, and they've accidentally kept, at one stage they've swapped their games around out of the machine and all that, and they've put the different one in there. So you don't know. So it's always worth a look. And like, there's another series that I watch. What's his name? Retro Rick, and he actually trades the games into, what do you guys call it there? It's not EB anymore. It's GameStop.
Yeah.
So he trades them in, and if they're the better games, he doesn't trade them in with a case. He sells the case separately. And some of them, like case and manual, you can get $10, $20, $30 for. So it's one of those things where if you go, so in my video today, I said you go into a shop and you find it's a case that's empty, but it's a really good game. Ask if you can still buy it for a lesser price, because they're going to be like, well, it's no use to us now. So if you can get it for free or for $1 or $2, that's still a $20 or $30 item if it's a rare game. So
that's true.
Your general instinct is to open the case and be disappointed, but you got to sort of go, okay, well, I've got to move on. That game might, it might have been donated without a game in it. No one knows. So
yeah, I pick up cases for free all the time, because I was like, hey, this don't have it in it. She goes, oh, and she's about to throw it away. I was like, I'll take it if you don't want it. Like, but I ain't gonna pay for it.
Yeah, one of the guys I watch, he was what do they call them? A storage unit that someone he knows buys them out, then he buys all the video games off them. And it was like a couple of hundred cases complete and all that, just no games in them. And he was umming and ahhing. It's like, well, I can get a lot of value right now in selling them as they are, and working through them and all that, or keeping them, because even I think it was like 3 weeks later he bought a lot, and it was this big giant stack of just game discs and nothing else. So it's like, well, that's why you keep all those boxes and boxes of cases, because 2 weeks later, oh, look, here we go, here's a whole bunch of discs. So for the last couple of months, every time he buys a lot and he finds a loose disc, and he goes, I'm pretty confident I've got that at home, so I'll be able to complete that again. And there's no better feeling than you find a loose disc at a shop, and I've got that case back home, and when you get home, there you go, I've got a complete one now.
Oh. Yeah, like you said, some of the cases and boxes and all that stuff just as valuable as the game.
Well, because there's people out there who, collectors who they've got the game, they've, whatever reason, they've along the way found just the disc and all that, and they want to do it. Or it can be also other eBayers, that there's plenty of items where it's worth X amount, but it might be worth double with the case. And if they can go on to eBay and find it for $20 and it makes them $50, it's worth the effort. Same like there's the whole if in doubt, part it out sort of concept. Things like Transformers and G.I. Joe, and probably I'm guessing Barbie and accessories like that, is that there's people who if they can't find a complete item, they'll sell the gun, they'll sell the packaging, they'll sell the missiles, whatever the case may be, and you can make a fortune. Just you sort of find something, you go, oh, that's not complete, I don't want it, but you break it up, and there's people who they've got everything except for that guy's gun, so they're shopping for it, they want to complete theirs.
Hey Nate, I went to an auction years ago, and it was Barbie dolls, G.I. Joes, and there was people from 100, 200 miles away to come to this auction. The guy was a hoarder, and he had a ton of stuff. It was all Barbie dolls, G.I. Joes, and there were people, they were flocking on the tables. They were just like hawks, and they were on the tables, and they're looking, and they're buying, and they're bidding up on everything. Underneath the tables, there was all the Barbie doll furniture, all the Barbie doll clothes, the G.I. Joe clothes, bags of G.I. Joe guns and missiles and all that stuff, and their eyes weren't even there. I was buying under table, like table lots, but under the table for like $15, $8. I left with almost a back seat full of accessories, and I think I spent $68. I think I made like 500.
That's what, yeah. In an earlier video, I was driving in the car and I was going through tips for op shops and all that, and I said, work your neck muscles, look up, look down, don't just, everyone always looks at the stuff that's easy to see. Yep. Dig under things, look under, look up the top shelves and all that. Like, don't look around. I'm amazed where there's so many things you like. I can't be bothered. It's down here, but it's this big giant. It looks like a makeup / film case sort of thing that was sitting in the luggage section. And I opened it up and it had like a complete SLR camera in there, like with different lenses and all that. And God, I don't know how many people would have just not even looked at it because it was on the ground. It was with the luggage. It didn't look like anything. And then you open it up and it's like, oh. All comes down to time too. Like we've all done that where it might be a day where you're out sourcing and you're trying to get to like 5 different stores. So you're doing a quick run through, but then there's other times where, you've got half the day free and you're in a town that's only got 1 or 2 shops. So you've got plenty of time where you can do one of those really deep cleans and really have a good look through it and, try and extract as much as you can out of the store.
Sometimes you have to spend that time and just slow yourself down. If you you're seeing some decent stuff and you do have other places, just slow. I do that at the flea market sometimes. I'll have to like go grab something to eat and then go back around and look at stuff and take my time because you never know what you're gonna see. I was at a flea market the other day and I'm looking around and this one guy, he had a lot of tools and they were all overpriced and I'm like, I might as well just keep walking. And then I see all these, they're all like small screwdrivers for watchmakers and all these kind of screwdrivers. And what I did was I got them all for $1. Well, most of them are worth $10 to $14 a piece. And if I would have walked by, and said, "Oh no, I can't. I don't want to get anything because most of his stuff's expensive," I wouldn't have seen these sitting in the back.
That's one of the fun parts about being a reseller. Is I love when you stumble across a really good buy. Like you see it all the times. It might be I should remember. It wasn't. Was it Louis that found all those T-shirts? The what's the Willie Nelson, was it him that found them? Or I can't remember. Someone found like 40 of them at a shop over there and got them for next to nothing. And I love being a reseller of when you go somewhere like this thing here, like this is a tub of, these are stain removers. By you guys have them over there, Dr. Beckman, like they do carpet cleaning and like these were I think they were $2 each, and I just said, how much for all of them? Like other people don't think, we think differently to other people, that we see a good buy and we're like, how much for all of that? Yeah, we'll see 20 pairs of new jeans that are, someone's brought in and all that. How much for the lot?
Oh, which one do you want? I want them all.
I did that with a CD lot the other day. It was all classical CDs. And I said, how much for all of them? What would you do? So, all of them? Yes, all of them. Like,
it throws people off, for sure.
It does. And then you'll get the people that will say, "Oh, they're not all for sale." What do you mean they're not all for sale? They're all in a box, and the box says 50 cents each or $4 each. They're all for sale. Oh, well, I can't sell them that way. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Oh, I thought you were running a store, not a museum.
Yeah, well, and be honest with you, I've gotten that a lot because I'm that guy. Like I want to buy bulk. And I've gotten that. Oh no, I can't sound like that. Or they'll say you count them. No, honestly, I don't want to count them. Like I just want to know how much for all of them. And I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. But if I sit there and count them, then you're going to get more profit. And I'm not that I don't want to give anybody what they deserve, but I asked you how much for all of them. Like, maybe you should know how many are in there. I don't know.
Maybe when they start counting in front of you, and it's like, no, just eyeball it. Give me a number.
Yes.
Stop counting. Stop.
Yep. Oh, I get so. I'm like, I just want to buy them all.
Nice. Yeah, sometimes I just throw a random number out when they ask how many. Like, did you count them? Oh, there's about 50. Yeah.
Yes. So many times I don't catch things at garage sales, like when I got the GoPro and all that. But I had one the other week where, like, it's the first one of the day, and I've got the camera on, and I'm looking around, and then you hear the conversation behind me, and the lady's like, "Oh, you didn't unpack this box," and "Oh, sorry, I'll get to it," and I'll do it, and then I turn around, and it's this tub that's got 2 Xbox systems, like original Xboxes, controllers, games, and all that. So I turn around and I'm like, "How about instead of unpacking it, I'll just buy the lot? How much do you want for it?" And she's looking at it and she goes, "I was thinking like $10." and yeah, I couldn't give her the money fast enough. It was like, done. And it was funny, you were saying about Matt earlier, you got to be the first one there. So that I was the first one at that sale and got that. I went to another garage sale that was opening at the same time, and then as I was driving back, I was going past the same one. So I thought, I'll do that second look. I'll have a deeper look because I've got time now.
Yeah.
So I went back and did the second look, and I'm like walking along, looking, and then there's this Wii system just sitting out on the table, and I'm like, that wasn't there a minute ago. Oh yeah, we just put that out. We forgot about that. So I wasn't, this was half an hour later, and I got rewarded by not being the first person. That I just happened to come back, and it was sitting there.
Sometimes I'll do that. Like, we're in a little different spot, like where I live. So, like, usually if I go garage selling, like, I'll go out and then I'll come back the same way. So I'll pass the same places that we went by earlier. So sometimes if I went out that morning and the price was a little bit too high on stuff at that sale, I'll come back by about like 12 and be like, "Hey, I see you still got that sitting there. Can we work on something here? Or are you looking to keep it or what?"
That used to be that was my big trick back in the day when I was selling, like years back with markets and all that. I'd always be there first
and be there
look through the steals and all that, and then I'd go home for a couple of hours, and then I'd come back at the death.
Yeah.
And be like, and that's when people are they don't want to put it back in their car. They just want to.
Yeah. Hey, Raj. Thanks for coming by, man.
Okay, just scanning another series of this heartbeat. Sold comp $75.
Nice.
On $3 DVDs. This is.
Hey, I hit the mother load of box sets a while back. I was shocked how much some of those things sold for.
Yeah, they've all gone up. Like, I remember selling a lot of that stuff. Like, I was going to 10 different pawn shops every week, and I was doing like 500 to 600 auctions a week on eBay back in the day. And like what stuff's selling for now compared to back then, I can't believe it. Like, for you'd think the series and box set movies and all that be worth less, but people want them again all of a sudden.
Well,
I think they're worried.
There is streaming services, but a lot of times those things, like, you got to have 5 different ones to get the shows you want, or sometimes they'll cancel it off one and add it to another or whatever. So I think now people have reverted, even though there is all that streaming. I think a lot of people are back to looking for the stuff on DVD. So then they've got it.
I don't think this is even on any streaming services, this heartbeat, so that's probably helps add its value.
Yeah, over here you're always looking at see what's dropping off Netflix, see what's dropping off some of those major ones, and then the prices will go up.
Well, we've got Netflix here, but it's because someone house sat for us at one stage and they logged into their Netflix on our TV and never logged out again. So we've had a year and a half free of Netflix thanks to them. But with the Borat movie, we actually got the Amazon. Is it Amazon Prime they call it, or whatever their TV thing is? And that it's like, I think it's like you pay $60 and get it for the whole year. And like we're flicking through, going like movies like this aren't on Netflix. Like Australian Netflix is just so bad. There's just like rarely is there something to look forward to, and like just how far like the big movies that you like. I know all these movies came out. Why are they not on Netflix? And we get this one, and there's like instantly 10 movies that we're like, oh, this is where they've been hiding. Can't remember what we watched today. I don't think it was must not have been very good, whatever movie we watched this evening, because I can't even remember it.
Oh, shit.
Eric, have you sold anything today yet?
Yeah, one thing early, I think it was like a tray for a projector, like the old sled trays.
Yep.
Yeah, not much, like $25, I think is what I got.
Nice. I listed a sliding ruler Stanley. I listed it this morning and it sold like an hour later, so I think it was a little too cheap. But I still got really good money for it. I bought it for like $2 and I sold it for $35. So I'm okay with that. Somebody else making some money or getting a good deal.
I just sold one of the Wii games I just listed.
Nice.
You were good luck asking me.
Nathan, did you get rid of
consoles? I don't have any either. Like something I don't run across that much.
Yeah. Nathan, did you get rid of Batman?
Oh, I haven't seen him again, so
He must have got out.
I haven't heard
He's hiding. Or he's hiding. You scared him.
Yeah, I'm doing like I'm scanning these DVDs in, and then I'm doing the sell like this sort of thing. And one thing this one feels very long. I'll just see. Like ones like this one here is called Heartbeat, the complete 6th series. That's how it's worded on the case. Whereas people that list on eBay say Heartbeat season 6. It's like no. That I always, whatever the wording is on the DVD, I copy that word for word. I don't know why people don't do that. It drives me crazy. One of those small little things that irks me.
Sometimes people will put in, like, if there's a big star.
It says it there. Complete
their name on it because it'll Google search it.
Yeah, so that's what you can put different keywords and all that, but at least put what it says there, and then write separately season 6 instead of series.
Build on it, yeah.
But I always think if someone's Google searched it and they can see what it is, they're gonna, just cut and paste the exact wording that is on the box.
Right. Pokemon cards. Yay.
What's these people that haven't had the garage sales for 20 years and all that? I'm hoping their kids left behind some Pokemon cards for me on Saturday.
That'd be about right, man, too. Like 20 years. Hit them 1999 ones.
There was a market down that way, probably about 30 minutes closer last weekend, and I woke up Saturday morning and I'm like, I've been to that market before. It was pretty average and all that. So I thought, no, I'll just go to this one garage sale. It's like 5 minutes away from me. And yeah, I should have stayed in bed. That was very bad. Like, when you get to some garage sales and you think, why are you people having this? Like, go to Goodwill. Just put it all into a bin. Like you have nothing good here.
I've been to some where I want to roll the trash can up from the road.
Yeah.
Let me save you some time.
It's always there'll be a big, massive table that's full of blankets and sheets and pillows. And then around here, they always seem to have 2 or 3 containers full of old jam jars and honey jars and all that, because people that are pickling, they want them. There's always like a bird cage, a few exercise machines that they gave up on. And it's just like,
hey, does exercise stuff sell over there for you guys?
What's that?
Like right now, exercise stuff sells for us because there's still some places that don't have gyms open.
Oh yeah, if it's good stuff, but this is like the really, really, really bad stuff.
Seen on TV, 1995. Yes. The Ab Blaster 3000. Not bad. $89 part. Love that. Made in Mexico. Perfect.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys like, say for instance somebody makes an offer, or you go through your eBay and you start making some offers? Do you try to encourage them in the messages and say like, I haven't done shipping yet, so if this item is purchased before 5 o'clock, it will be shipped out today?
I don't personally do that. But it sounds like a good idea.
If I know I'm actually going to be doing posts in the next hour or two, I generally say I might, but it's pretty rare they catch me in that window.
Yeah, I ship out every day, so it happens a lot for me.
Yeah, mine, most of the time I send an offer, it's at night at like 8 o'clock. So
yep.
I try to catch people before bed.
It happens. Like I'll do some of mine at like between 5 and 7 at night, and I'll get a sale within like a half hour because, well, not 5 and 7 to ship it out then, but, I'll be like, oh, I'll have it packaged and at the post office tomorrow. And that sells. That helps me sell for some reason.
Yeah, it's great, man. Send offers. You know what's funny? It's like sometimes I'll send the offers and end up selling the item for full price.
I know that happens a lot for me as well.
Almost like people get scared or something. They're like, oh.
Yep. But not to them, though. It's usually somebody else.
I know. That's what I'm saying. What I like even better.
I had one happen the other day exactly like that. Someone kept lowballing me, and I was pretty confident on the price of it and all that. And then, 20 minutes later, someone just paid it straight out.
Yep. And then the other person messaged you back, is this still available?
No, because someone who isn't a tight wad
yeah,
paid good money for it. Oh, season 5 or the complete 5th series is only worth about $30, unfortunately. So my $3 investment's only gonna make me about $20 this time. I'll get over it. No, there was a few that were missing, whether someone had come along and grabbed the couple that they needed or what. But I had like 1 to 10, and then like I think 12 to 15, and then 17 and 18 or something, something like that. So it was a bit all over the place.
Yeah, I know sometimes, man. Like I've sold the whole completed series are huge money on a lot of them.
Oh, nice.
What the heck is this thing? Hey, Tim, thanks for coming in, bro. He said he forgot it was Tuesday. Me too. I was asking over the years about Monday Night Football. Where have I been? Oh, man.
Eric, there it is. Oh, you can't really see it, but I got a charger here that I got for $4, and it's comping out for 45.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the type of stuff I look for. Chargers. I look for battery packs. Those sort of things, like stuff that you can get next to nothing.
Yeah. Oh, a lot of people don't know what that is.
Yeah, I worked construction for a while
Yeah,
too. Like,
yeah, and those are hard to find. That company doesn't make a lot of stuff. They only make a couple of nail guns.
a lot of their stuff's high dollars. Usually trim guns.
It's big money.
Yeah.
Yep. Some of their guns are like they have like the screws with the they have the rack on, so you don't have to keep putting the screw up. It has the
Like
sleeve.
the deck screws.
Yeah, where it's just on a sleeve.
Yeah.
And it just zzz, 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 zzz. You can
Dude, at
put
one of our auctions we went to, I should have bought it, but I didn't. They had a bucket of them screws, and I was like, I know them screws are like $250.
Yeah.
Had a few missing out of them, but I was like, I know they're that. And if they're stainless, they may even be more than that.
Yep.
That's something I hadn't checked into deeply on the eBay. Do you ever sell any of that kind of stuff, like screws or stuff, bolts?
Some healthy stuff. Some healthy stuff sells, and like you said, this company here, that kind of stuff will, because they know that it's they know it's big bucks. You know, so somebody will go through and they'll look, and you know, they'll try to save, especially a small contractor. They'll try to save. And I see that stuff at this one flea market that I go to on Saturdays and Thursdays. I mean Mondays and Thursdays. I see that kind of stuff. I don't usually buy it a lot because it's just heavy to ship.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I saw that, I was like, dude, I know, like, if you could sell that local, like, that's big money.
I got to start doing cross listing between eBay and Facebook, because there's a lot of stuff that now a lot of people just, they go to Facebook. They don't go to eBay.
I tell you what I did yesterday. Like, this is kind of a new thing for me. We have a shipping center like near us. I mean, it's like 20 minutes for me. Like,
yeah.
So I sold this like antique. It's called Chinese wedding basket. It's basically like it's antique baskets. They're like this big around, and they stack on top of each other, and they have like a thing that holds them all in place.
Okay.
So the thing's super old, and so I was looking at it. I was like, dude, I don't want to pack this thing up. Like, I charged extra for shipping because I knew it's going to be a pain. I was going to have to buy a box and do all that kind of stuff. And so I called the shipping center, and I was like, hey, you know, if I print my own label, like, do you guys still pack them up if I print my own label? I was like, yeah. They said, yeah. I said, well, I'm going to bring it by and let you look at it and see what you charge me. I get over there, the lady says $6.13. I was like, here's the label.
How big was it?
Dude, it was 28 inches by 20 inches.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it was tall, dude. Like, if I'd have put it in a box, it'd have been like 30 by 24 or something like that.
Yeah.
Give myself some room.
Yeah.
But yeah, they packed it all up, slapped my own label on it from FedEx. Perfect.
Yeah.
I will be doing that. Dude, that would have took me probably 40 minutes to pack that thing up.
That's like golf clubs. I got a bunch here that I got to list for a buddy, and I hate listing golf clubs.
Yeah. I've still got like 4 that I got to list.
I have about 25. Oh.
I got to get on the internet and find these Polaris parts. It's weird. Sometimes I can't find them by the part number on eBay. I have to look up the actual what the part is. And when I type that keyword in, it'll pop up.
Well, the other day I did some retail arbitrage. I always get it wrong. Arbitrage, and at a big hardware store, and they actually had. So these are very, very big heaters. And this is a sell price on eBay, $799.
True.
So I'm there messaging the missus going, so this seems like a really good buy. They had 2 of them there. Probably not going to see that.
Yeah.
They're $100.50 because they didn't want any more floor stock. So because it's going into summer here, they're like, no, we don't want floor stock. We're just going to have it be special delivery and all that. So $800 selling on eBay, and there's 2 of them sitting in front of me for $100 each. And I'm just like, this seems like one of those ones where you just got it's worth the gamble. Like I've still got to get them out the back of my car. I've got 2 big bloody giant boxes of these things, so it might be a thing that I hold on to and try and sell locally because they're like high end. They're really, really good heaters. So it's just, it's one of those I couldn't walk away from. And I'm like, okay, I can see a sold comp here for $800 and they're in front of me for $100. I'll work out the details later of how I'm going to sell this. I've just got to get them.
It's crazy. What are people charging for shipping on eBay?
I think the only one that person. Well, I don't know what's going on with that because it says $799 plus $1,070 postage.
Ooh.
So I don't think that's correct.
Oh no!
You think he managed to send it overseas or what?
Well, the selling ones. So that person's trying to sell another one, the same postage. Another one's $839 with free postage, $889 with free postage, and $849 with free postage. So people are sending them probably couriers than that. So it is possible. It's one of those things that if I at the end of the day make $200 total off each one, then that's a lot less grinding selling $10, $20 items if you can get the occasional one like that.
I hate when people send you like 50 messages about something.
One item.
Yeah, I filmed the whole video about it. I filmed the whole video about doing going through this hardware store and looking for stuff to resell. And I remember I watched. It's a pretty decent channel, but I can't remember the name of it. But they actually, they buy stuff and then sell it on Amazon. But they purposely, their videos, they might hold them back for a month or 2 months or even 6 months because they don't want other people to see what they've bought to flood the market. So I've shot this video and all that, and I'm like, I'm not going to put this out for at least a month or two until I move some of this stuff because I don't want to shoot myself in the foot and people, see it and go, oh, I better hit up Bunnings and grab those items. So, you want to put content out and you want to give people tips and all that, but you don't want to ever do it at your own expense. That's
well, and it hurts them ultimately too, because if you told me, hey, these things are hot, but you're selling them, and the market gets tanked or flooded because everybody went on there and put them out too, then it hurts everybody. Like it hurts you, it hurts them. Now they've spent all this money on these parts. They're not worth any. Are these things? They're not worth anything.
That's why I like selling stuff like this because nobody else. If somebody else finds one and they want to go and sell it, then bless them because it's the first one I've seen in 20 years.
Yeah, the likelihood of finding it, right?
Yeah, like if you could sell that thing, please go look for it. It's worth $30.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, that's the one thing with doing one-off versus RA. Everybody has their own thing. I do a mixture of both. But, dude.
And I'll see people say, oh, well, there's still people that could find that and flood the market. I was like, well, they do 2 pitches. I do 7 pitches. People want to see that as well. Everybody has their own way of doing it. And I don't knock anybody.
Man, I hate this stuff. I'm trying to find these parts, the name to this thing.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't matter what your niche is as long as you've got one.
Yep, exactly.
My niche here lately has been whatever sells. Whatever I find, if it sells, I'm gonna pick it up. That's kind of what I do. I know it's probably not the most strategic, but that's what we're working with right now.
Now, when you said that reminds me. I think have you seen Hot Flip Heidi at all?
Yeah.
Like that's her sort of strategy at the moment is buying anything and everything that doesn't sell.
That's kind of reverse. But
Oh, she's hilarious. Like she'll watch a video and people have bought fry pans and sold them for good money. So then the next week she's out going to all the shops looking through all the cookware and all that, hoping to find a frying pan to sell. It's like, find your own niche. Don't keep trying to follow the pack and all that. Like,
well, it's
learn.
one of those things, like I was talking earlier about that I had, bought some video game stuff. But anymore, man, everybody's out for video games because when you first start reselling, like that's an easy thing that you know about. So it's so competitive. But I mean, just like where I picked up all these parts, dude, I'm selling parts that are 40, 50, 60 bucks, shipping them in a 4-ounce going out like $3. I mean, there's more in this one box than the whole shelf of video games. Like it's one of those things.
So Eric, that's it's a strapping tool for like metal strapping for the clips.
Oh, nice.
Yep, they go for about $30.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this part right here, dude. It's driving me insane. Thing's brand new, but the part number that I'm using is not pulling anything up.
Did you try Amazon? Sometimes I try Amazon and I can find it there. I know it's old stock, but
yeah, I mean, I do that same thing sometimes.
Yeah. Well, not enough people use barcodes here, so the amount of things you got to type in rather than relying on just scanning the barcode, it's frustrating.
Hey, are they starting to put the? Oh, there we go. Got to type it in right. That's all you got to do. Is eBay putting the squeeze on you guys about making sure you have UPCs or?
No, nothing like that I've seen. I like to add them because then if people are just in a shop thinking, I can get this cheaper on eBay, you want to be the one that shows up when they scan it.
Yeah.
Yep, it's there's a UPC on the one that I'm listing now, so I'm good.
Yeah, they're making us start to add all that stuff, or you got to put in NA. If you list an item as new, it's got to have the barcode.
Okay.
Or they make you you can go in and hit NA, like it's not applicable, but. I thought this was a throttle, but that's what it is.
Nate, are you taking pictures with your phone as well?
I took the photos earlier, but yeah.
Oh, okay. You took them earlier, now you just list them.
Yeah, I'm just being very slow and missing things constantly.
Do you have a little photo booth that you use? Is that what you do?
No, I was just using for the DVDs and all. I was just using the coffee table earlier and just taking the photo at an angle so you don't get the reflection off them and zooming in. But yeah, I'm going to buy one of those. I was looking at them just today, actually, just one of those tiny little ones, just for the smaller stuff. Mm-hmm. But for shoes and other clothing and all that, I've actually got. There's one over here, but then I've got one in the photography room as well. It's like a white cupboard.
Yeah.
So like you guys call it melamine, like the coated wood. And I just use that, like it's empty inside. So yeah, that's my photo box is. So it just creates a nice white background inside the cupboard.
I gotta get better lights. I want to get the boxes because I'm using just I actually have a photo box light. Like I went and bought the bulb itself. But I do get some glare. And then my lights that I have overhead, I'm just not comfortable with them. I want to try. I've always been cheap in not getting the right lights. I probably bought 20 lights that I thought were going to work, and I should have just bought the correct lights.
Mm.
Jimmy said he's found a new toy bowler.
Uh-oh.
Jimmy,
you guys are good luck today. I'm selling stuff over here.
Nice. It's always a good day. People getting sales.
Nice.
Oh,
I'm not selling, but it is 3 a.m. So
yeah.
the likelihood of some person up drunk shopping for DVDs is quite slim.
He said the likelihood. There had to be some of those mornings, Nate, that you woke up and said, "Who was buying this stuff last night?"
Dude, I sell more at night than I do during the day every night. Like, I guess people binge shop at night. I don't know what they do.
Oh, it happens. Yeah. I've done it.
Well, you guys have a few extra time zones as well, so that kind of helps a little bit.
Well, and I sell international too. Like, so I do get some sales overseas.
Is it all one time zone, Nate?
No, but it's sort of, especially over summer, it compacts a lot more because some don't do daylight savings, others do. So I think we're all within like an hour and a half of each other or something at the moment. So it's not not too far off.
Dan said, "Is it a bolo if you don't actually share what it is?" Jimmy, show and tell time.
Is Jimmy coming to visit?
Well, I bought a pink Power Ranger the other day for $5, and that was the item that someone was offering on, and then someone jumped in and paid full price for it. And it was at $75. So that was a nice quick flip. That was from my personal collection. I didn't, I was going to keep that one, the pink Power Ranger, but someone wanted it more than me.
Yeah, I collect them until they sell. All right. Why you gotta be like that?
Eric, did you get any good picks this weekend?
What did I do this weekend? Yeah, I hit up a yard sale and found some. What did I find? I listed some of it.
Oh,
that's a message there, huh?
Yeah, that's me.
Trying to think what I found. It weren't nothing like super great. Wii consoles. Trying to think what else. There's a few items. Nothing like crazy good. Bunch of Wii games. Like I've already sold some of that, the Wii stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What else was it? You know it's not super good if I can't remember it, right?
I haven't even got the list of mine yet.
Is it that reseller's amnesia? Is it if it's stuff that you don't make money on, you forget, or you don't make much money on? Like,
well, I sold
I sold some stuff.
Well, I sold one of it was Super Mario Brothers or Super Mario Smash. What is it? Brawl. Yeah, I sold that one. And then I've already sold that. 2 Wii Sports games they sold quickly, and I just sold that Wii Fit game. So.
That's awesome. I didn't get to do much picking, but I
Hey, I'm gonna put you guys on mute. My daughter's calling me.
Yeah. I'll wait for the story, Nate.
Oh, good.
I was selling it.
That was my only sale of the last 12 hours or so. Was just a Wii Sport.
Oh no,
that's not getting the same sort of sales numbers as what you guys get for it over there either.
I'm not big into video games. Not that I wouldn't be. I just my niche is tools and hardware and pots. So I mean, I do try to sell other things, but
I got when I used to do this is going back 2007 ish, 2006. I used to have all different circuits that I'd go to, like the main pawnbroker chain here, and I'd spend $100 at one store and then 300 at another, and sometimes 500 just buying a whole bunch of stuff to run. And I was running hundreds and hundreds of auctions every week.
yeah.
And then they didn't value, like, say, the old PlayStation original games. If they had them there for sale, Final Fantasy would be $2. A Mario, or not with PlayStation, but a top game would still be $2, and then a sports game would be $2. They didn't sort of differentiate. So I was having a field day back in the day, and then they slowly caught on to, wait a sec, some of these games are worth more than the others. Yeah. So slowly it got ruined, and now you walk into ones and a plain Mario game will be sitting there for $59.99, and it's like, come on, like they're not all worth money. Like,
yeah, some people don't. They're just, but it's just for me. I wish I was into it, but and I feel that the market right now is so flooded.
So that's what I was doing right before. I couldn't do eBay, and I wasn't doing Depop as well. And but I was doing like buying and selling a lot of video games locally. I would buy up a big lot. Mm-hmm. I would trade in. There's a store that I can trade in for cash quite easily that I do trade in videos all the time. And so I would trade in all the gems, make my money back, and then I'd bundle it all up with some other stuff I got and then resell it locally for what I paid for it, or sometimes more, sometimes less. And that was sort of what I was doing as a hobby. So when COVID hit, I had like 10 Wiis here and Xbox Ones and PlayStations and all that. So, I had a good couple of months there of selling through those when they were very much in high demand. So I think I've always been buying and selling video games, at least to, on some level.
Because if you don't know what you're doing with those, you could lose a lot of money as well.
Mm.
So Jimmy said he found 8 sets of Power Ranger charger holders with the chargers. $199 for the lot. I hear you, bro. Come on with it. Leroy, sorry for the interruption, bro. What was it you were talking about?
Oh no, I was just saying I went to the flea market and I got this big I didn't like I was just selling and I went at the end and this guy had this, it's over there, it's really big to bring over here. It's a big pipe cutter, but it's for cast iron, so you can cut up to 8-inch pipes with it. And I was like, oh, how much you want for that? I figured he was going to want a lot of money. He's like, $60. And I looked them up and knew they're 800, used to sell them for about 250, 300.
Man.
So I was like, okay, thank you. I'll take that.
$60. We'll go ahead and lay that up. It's crazy. Piston. This is actually piston. Rest on.
No, that doesn't work.
At least. Steve-O, thanks for coming by, bro. You on lunch? Fuck. Today I'm missing ATV parts. Changing up from boat parts to ATV parts today. Front brake shoes. That's kind of wild.
How do I get out of this now? What did I do? What did I do?
All right, Jimmy.
Oh,
We'll see you later. Dude. Who's got the dog?
that's my my landlord's dog.
Oh, I got you.
He wants to
Yeah,
go play.
my guy passed out on the lounge on the deck when I came out. He's not going anywhere. Yeah, the other two are inside in the laundry, but he just sits there near the door, and it's like, you want to come in? No, he'll just, he's happy in his spot.
If you ever see any Snap-on boxes, the small little boxes like for the specialty kits, and they start with KRA, pick them up if you can get them for $5 because they're worth about 45.
Man.
Yeah, if they start with KRA, I've sold some vintage ones for good money. One box I sold for $85 3 or 4 years ago.
KRA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be able to look for sure.
You gotta have a pen and paper when I'm around because I like giving you guys names and stuff. I don't mind. Like I said, like you guys were saying, people like try to hide stuff. It's all one-offs. If you find it, that's awesome.
Yeah, the only thing I don't usually like come straight out open with is RA because if
Yeah,
it's something you can get, then
or where I'm getting something. Like if
Yeah.
I know I'm going to a certain sale, I'm not telling you it's on Victoria Street. I'm not doing that.
yeah, me and my buddy Ken, like we talk to each other like that, but we will go to sales together, so we kind of share a little bit more than the average bear. But as far as putting it on YouTube, nah. Yeah, you set out a location like a treasure hunt.
Yep.
Okay, this item's going on sale at this location at this time. Go. Like,
Yep.
be like
And you
rat
want-
race.
Then you wonder why you see 6 GoPros on people.
Yeah. Hey, that's what is funny, man. When I've been to the 127 and the 411 with all those guys, dude, we're invading people's places, man. We're all strapped up with GoPros. Like they're looking at us like, "What's going on?"
I don't have a GoPro, but when I'm videotaping, they're like, I don't do, I do it for my Instagram, and people are like, oh, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm just trying to keep your safety and my safety correct. which you could, in the flea market. People try to they'll take your money if you're in a bad spot.
I imagine.
Yeah. The spot I was at this weekend, it was really uncomfortable in the beginning. A lot of the vendors, I've been there before, but a lot of the vendors, like, they just like was looking at me and they're like, oh, you're getting 3 tables, or you're not gonna make any money. And I was just like, I do this for a living. I'm gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And I wasn't bragging or anything. And then they saw my sales and they saw what I was doing. And I could literally hear them talking about me across the aisle.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you really serious? And then one guy goes, I wouldn't get out of bed if I was selling $50 50 cents items. And the other guy goes, yeah, but he's been selling them all day.
Yeah. Yep.
He's like, yeah, but he's been selling those all day. Like,
That's the thing, man. Oh. Popped out for a second.
Yeah, my phone was freezing up, and like I could hear you guys talking and all that, but I couldn't turn it on. I couldn't do anything with it. Like it came up with some sort of weird error and went black, and so I'm on the other phone now. I'll let this one sit there, and
Yeah.
it's a lot bloody clearer. You can tell I'm on a lot more modern phone now. That's crazy how much better this one is.
It's definitely different looking. Oh.
Well, that was
Good goodness.
that's all my listings. Oh no, one more.
I'm on the struggle bus today, man. 21 for 553 is where I'm at today so far.
I'm on the looking for a pen struggle bus. I just can't find a single bloody pen.
Steering tie rod. Assembly.
I know it's getting late here because the rooster has started.
Uh-oh.
I can hear him.
Is that your alarm clock?
Well, it's 3:12, so I think I'll make it a little bit early.
He might be a little early.
What are you asking? ASP. Average sale price? Yeah, I do look at it. But I also look at like some items are a little different. What they're selling for more recent. I look at people's quality of picture a little bit. If they're not that good, then I might change my price a little bit. Only one tie rod in here. Like this one, no one sold it. Well, one dude has one listed single. Everybody else is selling them pre-owned.
For a tie rod?
Yeah. I have a brand new one.
I had a Blu-ray the other day that I bought a whole bunch of them for $2 each, and like my list, I think I had it for 35, and all the other listings are all new for like in the 60s. So this one guy offered me 20, and I'm like, yeah, I paid $2, so I said, okay, I'll reply with $28, and then he replied with 23, and then it was marked as final offer or something, and I'm like, I've never seen that before. And I messaged him back and I said, dude, lowest I'm going is 28. So then, 5 minutes later, it comes through that he bought it. So sometimes you just got to stick your ground and be like, no, I know what it's worth. I'm not. But some people will send you an offer, you'll counter, and then they'll send you the exact same offer again. I had one guy send it was $50. He sent it 3 times in a row. Like I kept, okay, well, I'll meet you in the middle, mate, and all that. And then he just wouldn't budge.
And you realize if we don't respond to them, eBay keeps track of that, and they know that we're not responding. And that And that hurts our ratings a little bit. But it gets frustrating.
Yeah. I try not to do best offer for the most part.
Yeah, I heard there's some
used to do
Australians.
that.
I was going to say some Australians were talking about this the other day when it comes to open cases and all that. That especially around this time of year, if it's under $50 and the person's returning it, they just accept the return right away because the impact it can have on your sales and all that, it's just not worth. You just hope that they're going to send it, and you're better off just ending the case as quickly as you can. So then eBay starts looking after you again. So it's interesting what the little things you can learn along the way.
It is kind of crazy, man, to see how that works with certain aspects of business.
I was in one chat the other day, and people were saying, "Oh, that's one thing I don't like about eBay. They always look after the customers. They don't worry about us." And I flat out said, "Well, they should, because we're the customers. eBay sells a selling platform. We're the buyers. We buy. We're their customer. So at times they need to look after us a little bit more because we're the ones that pay their bills. We're the ones that make them money." That
like
needs
if you sell on Amazon, dude, it's automatic. Boom. They accept a return for anything. So it's kind of one of those things like catch-22. Like, it's tough.
No, I've only had one return this time around, and it was the guy had the item. It was a video game. He had it for 3 weeks, and then he decided to put in that the item wasn't complete and that it didn't have the game in it. And so I got straight on eBay saying he's had it for 3 weeks. What, did he take that long to open an envelope? Like, just ridiculous. And then it ended up being they found in my favor, luckily. But it was like, if you're gonna do something like that, do it like anyone else. If you bought this is like an $80 video game. If you buy anything online and you open it up and the game's missing, you're not waiting 3 weeks. You're waiting about 3 seconds before you jump on. Jump on the phone or on the computer and say, "What the hell? Where's my game, mate?"
Yeah, Joe. The listings that have a current quantity of 0, for me, if you don't go in and end, like for me, if I sell, like I have a lot of one-offs, so if I sell the one-offs, I go in every couple of days and I end all the listings that have 0 quantity because I don't just to keep it from doing that. The likelihood of me finding the exact same thing again. I don't know why they don't automatically take it down, but I guess they don't. I know why they don't take it down, so they can bill you if you're over your listing quantity, but I just take it down. Yeah, Kent, you have a point there too. eBay is a selling platform, not a court system. Once you realize that, it gets easier. It's frustrating, but I don't let that stuff bother me too much. I kind of know that I'm going to have a certain percentage of returns, but I think my percentage of returns is less than 2%. So I just whatever. I kind of bill it in to what I know what I'm doing. I'll vent about it for a few minutes, then I get back to business. That's kind of what I do. Yeah, the reason is I'm scamming. Glock said Amazon will accept a return if the reason is I'm scamming the seller, stealing his stuff. I guess it's the same though. Like if you have a brick and mortar, you can chalk up a certain amount of your stuff to theft or return. Hey, I only needed to use this broom for the day. I'll bring it back. It's full of cobwebs.
That's what Walmart does and Home Depot.
I know.
Hmm.
Susan said it's eBay's playground. I know I can't afford to advertise to 100 million people, so I just complain sometimes and then get over it. It's true.
Well, I'm going to head to bed.
All right, Nate. Well, thanks for hanging out. I know
Because-
it's. We'll wish you a good morning. What's
I
it
think
about 2:30 there? 3:00.
3:20. Yeah, so I think that's a good time to, you know,
Call it a day.
the missus might be getting up soon at this rate. No,
Yeah, she'll be like, "Hey,
no, we have a very good marriage because I'm someone who I can function on 6 hours or 8 hours sleep, whereas especially her weekends, like she'll do 12 hours. So I can, I always tell people the story that when we're in Japan, like because we did so much during the days, she would fall asleep pretty early, like 7 or 8 o'clock. So after she was asleep, I would go to the supermarkets, I'd go to the malls and whatever, and I'd have like a whole different. So I had like a second holiday that I'd tell her all the stories the next morning of what I did in those extra 4 or 5 hours. That because I was hyped up, we were overseas and all that, so I didn't need to sleep anywhere near as much. So I'd always have these different. She'd wake up to like 5 or 6 regional treats that I found at the supermarket of like, oh, what's this cinnamon Kit Kat? And
yeah, that's a wow."
so so it works out really well that she like we'll still wake up at the same time tomorrow morning, even though I went to bed like 7 hours late. We'll still get up at 10 o'clock sort of thing because it's her day off tomorrow and then it's her birthday.
Oh, nice.
It's her day off today and then it's her birthday tomorrow, but she's got to go to work for her birthday.
I got you. Well, wish her
Okay,
happy birthday on our behalf.
Yeah.
Will do.
Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Okay, see yous.
Have a good night. Thanks. And then there was 2.
Yeah. At least we ain't got no wild stuff going on in here today.
I think I missed all that. I was working last week.
You saw my butt. You saw my face turned kind of red.
Oh, okay. I was when you just said when you guys just said that's their platform. I was working doing a side job, and I had to actually stay in a dumpster all day. They were breaking up boxes, and people were coming like, "Oh, can I put this or can I do this with the dumpster?" I was like, "Listen, my dumpster, my rules."
Yeah.
and everybody's looking at me. They're like, "Did you really just say that?" I said, "I've been in here for 3 days, and I'm running the dumpster, so my dumpster, my rules."
Yeah.
But I hope everything wasn't too bad for you last week. You had an exciting week last week, from what I can see.
Election day, man. Election day. So
Okay.
Kind of on edge.
And I know I've been trying to reach out. Not getting into it too much, but I've been trying to reach out and trying to look for your guest. I haven't heard much about that. So
me neither, man. And I've reached out to several people that are down y'all's way and hadn't got any headway.
I just put some prayers out and pray for him and hope that everything is okay.
Me too, man.
Yeah.
It's wild though. Sometimes people disappear, man, off YouTube. Like all of a sudden they're gone.
Yeah,
Here,
you never know. You never know. When I was away for 2.5 months, I think I was stronger because I was missing it so much. So I was like just trying to be like as much as I could on my free time. I was trying to be in the community because I really enjoy the community as well.
Yeah. Well, I think for the most part, people do care about each other here for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like everything else, people are people. I mean, we don't all see everything eye to eye, that's for sure. But
that's the good thing.
Yeah. If we were all the same, it'd be pretty boring, right? Yeah, like I've told people before, man. There's a verse in the Bible that I always kind of take it to mind. It says, "Live peaceable with everyone whenever possible." You know, like basically, like there's times where you can't be, but there's times that you could be. You just gotta learn to shut your mouth a little bit, or at least I do.
Yeah, it gets tough, and that's like I'm learning down here is like I'm not in New England, so I have to sort of, I guess, say stuff different
Yeah,
because people don't know how to take me.
I think that's some of it sometimes too, because I think we have a way of talking with each other. Like, there's certain people that yeah, Tim, you're right about that. Sometimes it isn't possible, and you have to kind of take a stand. But,
There's a word that I say down here, and I mean, it's not a bad word, but in my eyes, it's just like you're a bully. And down here, I don't know, I'm not gonna say it, but down here, I can't say it because it means that you're gay, and I'm still having a hard time trying to realize to myself that it doesn't. Do you know which word I'm talking about?
probably.
Okay,
It's
not bad.
Mind,
it's not bad. I mean, I could actually say it. It's not bad. But I won't. But like some people are just like, when I say that word, and I say it a lot, and they're like, "Oh, you can't say that to me."
you
Like,
can't say anything anymore, man.
yeah, like I didn't realize it just to you it means that I'm calling you gay, but to me it just means that I'm calling you a little bully.
Yeah.
Like why are you being a bully? Why are you being a wise guy? To me, that's how I
Well,
look at it.
when I was little, even the word "gay" meant something entirely different, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I remember books I'd read as a kid that they'd have in there the word "gay." It just meant that they were happy.
Yep.
That's all it
So
meant.
I'm just gonna say the word, but it's just punk.
Really? People think
Yeah.
so?
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. I had a couple people like really upset with me because I said that word down here.
Man.
Oh yeah. They said that means you're calling them gay. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm sorry.
I've never heard that being referred to that. Like I've called people punk myself a few times.
Don't do it. Don't do it over here where I live.
Don't do it in South Carolina.
No, don't do it where I live.
That's,
If anybody I'm not reading the chats, but if anybody in the chats knows
Susie
that,
said punk is bad.
yeah.
Kent Daigle said no more rainbows either. Rainbow used to be a positive.
Okay, now I started something.
Yeah. That's wild, dude. South
Yeah.
Carolina.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I never knew that they'd taken that word as well.
Yeah, we can't say much. We can't see Uncle Ben on the rice anymore, and no more Ancient Mama. I grew up with all that stuff. When they told me that, I was a little disappointed.
Land O'Lakes. Like,
Yeah.
What?
They got rid of the Washington Redskins, but they didn't get rid of the New England Patriots. I don't get it.
It's all strange, man. We live in a strange time.
It's
Pretty soon, I guess you won't be able to even speak.
It's all gonna be. We'll just be texting each other. We'll just text each other.
CM Punk is MEH. CM Punk is the man. I don't know, man.
Oh, there it is. When you're trying to find something, I'm like, I couldn't find this, and I typed it in the proper number that it's supposed to be, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I don't. It's weird. Like sometimes I think people get offended too about stuff that there's no reason.
We gotta behave. We just gotta do what we're told, I guess. That word that what I was taught when I was growing up was all created equal. Freedom of speech is not that's not irrelevant anymore.
Dude, you wouldn't make it over here there with that. Candy called Redskins and cheese called King. Mm. Yes, yes. They do call them that, from what I understand. I've heard it used like that before. Yeah, I have different points of view about a lot of stuff myself, for sure. Dude, it helps to take the picture. What the heck are you doing? Oh, man. I was going back looking for a listing, and I was like, wait a minute. I got one here, and they ain't got a picture.
Because I do my picture separate. So I've bagged and tagged my item and never took the picture of it. And then I get over here and I go to list it. I'm like, where's the picture?
Ken, I agree with you. People get offended by things that other people tell them are offensive.
Yes. Did you have to ban anybody last week?
I didn't ban anybody, but we pretty much got somebody out of here.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, like last week's election week, and
Yep.
you got somebody coming in, like, just being very brazen in people's face. It's like, dude, I don't.
Yeah, there's no need for that. But
Yeah.
everybody's,
And making statements just to get a rise out of people.
Exactly. A bully. You're just being a bully, or the word that I can't say.
And I'm not going to let people just, come in and run roughshod for sure. Like,
Yep.
It's like, hey.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird for me because I grew up different, I guess. Like, I never, I mean, we lived all over the place. So I've dealt with all kinds of people,
Yeah.
I'm glad you did too, Kent, because I know you'd have been right there with Tim was in here. Glock, he was definitely got a little. We got down to like 8 or 9 people because of that stuff. But plus, it's like time and place. Like, it's so crazy because I have a lot of friends from all over, all kinds of walks of life. But we can sit and talk, even though I disagree with their points of view, they disagree with my points of view. But we can sit and talk about that stuff without getting heated with each other. Like, if it's something I disagree, I can still have a conversation with you. But like when people have a conversation and everything's so like heated, like for what? Like
They just like to debate, like you said. Some people they just want to debate.
yeah. Yeah, I don't I've never been like, you think of little kids who cover their ears and say, I'm not listening to anything that they don't agree with, right? That's kind of what I think of when people start acting like that.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, if we can't even have a conversation, then obviously. All right, I'm always telling people, like, think for yourself. Like, don't just be spoon-fed everything that you believe.
I was listening to a pastor today before your show started, and he was saying he went to a dealership and he really liked this place, and he was like, he really liked the customer service and everything, and they told him to go into the back and to deal with the service people in the back, and he saw a certain flag that they had, and he said, he goes, if I would have saw that flag first, I would have never came back to this place. I'm glad that I didn't see it until after, because I was already, I would have assumed, and I would not did business with that place.
Yeah.
And that it was, I like the idea that he brought it out and not held that in, because some people wouldn't admit that.
Yeah, I mean, there's things that I'm not like, things that I don't understand. Let's just say, like, why
Exactly.
you choose to do stuff like that. But I'm also one of those things, like, I don't. Some of the stuff that goes on today, I definitely am like, dude, I just kind of scratch my head at it. Like, really, like, I mean, are you even thinking, or are you just being ran by emotion? Because that's the thing that happens a lot of times is people are just. It's almost like you know how it is. Like if you ever have around people that push certain things, and like they try to push your buttons. Like it's like, let's see how long we can push you to see what kind of reaction you'll give. And I was like, for me, I try to be very guarded with my mouth and not like go off on people, But definitely last week I could feel my blood pressure going up. So
Getting a little,
we had to cut that out.
and that stinks. Like, I feel bad, like, that you had to go through that, and had nothing to do with me, but
Yeah.
But that's a very crucial day in the United States of America, and people feel that they can say what they want to say or get under people's skin, and you can't do it.
But it's crazy. I mean, like I've always tried to look at things from both points of view. Like I've always told my kids, I was like, look, think like before you're making especially big decisions. I said you should look at things from both points of view. Like try to understand what these guys are thinking, and see what you're thinking and what makes sense. Like, I mean, we all know. Like if you're on YouTube, and if like I don't know how many guys are here that are monetized, but if you're on YouTube, you get paid on YouTube. You get paid from views, right?
Yeah.
And like one of the models that's out there for YouTube is the more drama you create, the more views you're going to get. I was like, dude, when you're looking at the media, both sides of the aisle, and they're stirring up all this stuff, trying to get a rise out of you to get you to watch more and more and more, dude, they're getting paid. Like, I mean, that's what they're there for. So it can be truth optional if you want it to be. I mean, you see it true in YouTube. Like you can imagine what it is on the media side. Like I always equate it to the Weather Channel, right?
Yep.
And like this, I guess maybe I could talk about the Weather Channel without being ultra offensive to anybody. But like we're gonna get storms. That's what we do. Is we're the stick out the furthest in the ocean. We're gonna get hit smacked by a storm. Not as bad as Florida this year, but we're gonna get that way. So anytime we get a storm coming, what happens, dude? The Weather Channel shows up. Oh, Jim tell a story. Cantori will come on out, watches the Weather Channel all day. Like, but if there's a storm, we're making it like create such drama. Like, I mean, like crazy stuff. See, we see it because we see it firsthand. Like one time they're out here on the beach and they're talking about, and so the guy will be out at the beach and he's like barely standing up. This is on live television.
Mm-hmm.
He's barely standing up. He's like, oh, the wind's so strong out here. A little kid and his dog goes running past here, man. Like, or we live like when we used to live in Hatters. We literally live like 2 minutes from, and you're going outside going like, what in the world? What in the world? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy's offended by my internet because I'm probably like underwater right now. But
I did a video like that when
It's one of those things.
Yeah.
That that's what they're doing. They get people to watch so that they can make money. Who cares who it hurts? It doesn't matter.
Your internet's a little better now.
8-bit. Hey, let me restart it. Hold on.
Hey everybody. I guess I'm running the show now. So any questions, I can't see him in the chats. But we'll get the co-host back in a few minutes. There he is.
Yeah. Jeez.
Do you need to Eric, do you need to go grab something to eat or whatever? Because I'm gonna head off. If you need a break, I can give you that break, and then I'm gonna head off.
Nah, we're good. I'm good.
You're okay, all right? Because I know sometimes I gotta go grab something to eat, and I gotta call eBay. So,
all right, cool.
This managed payments I just got switched on the 7th, and they're driving me crazy. They're putting money into an account that is not on my. It's not set up on my with their program, and all my money is going into an account that I have no. It's not live. It's a dead account.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So
Susie says you got to call eBay. We'll see next week. Hey, Kent just gave you the number.
I started this yesterday and I didn't get far, so we'll see how today goes.
Kent put the number in the chat. Like he's got the Kent hotline to.
I've tried that number and it didn't get me anywhere. I got one more listing to finish and then I'll head out.
Direct line.
I want the direct line to the president of not president of the United States, the president of eBay.
eBay president.
Yeah.
I saw one time that Mountain Man Treasures, Troy.
Yep.
He got on like one of their big dogs one time in one of his chats.
Yeah, I like to just you guys are making millions of dollars a day off of us. Like we're hustling, and like just give us a little bit more respect, just a little bit.
Derek, what's going on? Yeah, we're getting there, bro. I think I'm listing number 16 now.
I don't know where I am. I lost count.
I'm at 16 for 575. So actually, there's been some pretty good items there. Oh man, Tommy.
What Tommy is it?
Tommy Bernard.
Oh, that's my buddy.
Tell me your friends are Rockstar Flipper. They'll pick up.
Tommy, I can't see the chats, buddy. I'm sorry. And anybody else who's out there.
Do. Starter solenoid relay switch. Always exciting. Whoa. That don't make any sense. It's just hot, so can't. Kent, do you have one of those devoted guys to you? Like, are you on that kind of store level? Yeah, Kent said he called recently with Tank on the phone.
Huh. Yeah, now it's just mainly I just go through the Facebook Messenger, and then they put me on a list, and I get a call back. Is what's going to happen.
I guess. I haven't had to call him in a minute myself.
I just wanted to get some listings in before I get frustrated with them. Let's see how many I got done. 9, 10.
Normal business hours.
Oh, I got the same amount as yours, 18.
Nice.
All right, guys, I'm going to cut this short for now. Hopefully I can join you guys in a little while when I get stuff situated or I get frustrated. Thank you for letting me come on, Eric, and have a good rest of your day.
All right, we'll see you after a while.
Yep, bye-bye.
4. All right. Just me and the ATV parts. Pure Polaris. See if I'm still underwater. All right, I gotta plug in. I don't know why it does that. Like, my camera's good on my end. I don't know if it's the light back there. Stand by. I don't know. Don't know what it is. On my side, the camera is always clear, but that don't mean nothing. Gosh, it's super blurry. Super blurry. Hey, I'm gonna run check the internet at the house. All right. Let's see what it looks like on the other end. Good gosh, man. All right. Let me go to the house and check the internet. Why does it look so bad? Hey guys. Back yet? No. Train the shed. All right. It's weird on my end. It's like a little better, huh? Yeah, I'm considering changing my internet. I've been looking. We only have two options out here. I don't know how it is where you guys are at. You either get cable or phone line, but yeah, I don't know why. Why that is. Oh well. Get back to work, you know. Fast.com. Tommy, there you go. Super slow, right? Is that what you're looking for? We don't even have capability of getting 135. Like the phone company, the most they'll go is 50, which is the package I have, and the cable company is I think 100. But I've just been checking into the cable company. The only problem we have with the cable company is they go down all the time. So pretty slow. I gotcha. I guess I'll be checking on that today. Yeah, I wish, man. We don't even, like I said, we can't even get internet speeds that high. Pull down that. The only place we have around here is Charter Spectrum. That's the only one we have. We have one phone company and one cable company. So it's kind of how it works. Without Wi-Fi? It's taking a second. Yeah, that's what not me having full bars here at the house today. So it's like 21 upload. It's plugging straight in. I know, right? I try to do it, but when I list, like my phone gets like heated when I'm doing that. Kind of crazy. I'm looking up right now to see what they have to offer with the cable. Because we've upgraded our stuff recently. Like we have a new modem. Because I'd called them before about that. That I thought that that modem was off. Let's see. Yeah, hotspot. Crazy. Yeah, our internet used to be faster, then it's gotten slower. Hmm. All right. I'm about to go order some internet. Can't do no worse. Dude. All right. Cam settings, StreamYard. Hey, did that help anything? Looking to see myself. Nope. Did it clear up any? Nah. It's terrible. See if that's better. I don't know if it will be or not. A little bit. Oh, terrible. I'm gonna go check and see if there's something else. It's crazy. That's better. A little bit. It's awful, man. Sorry, guys. I did order new internet though while we were talking. So, I didn't realize that they'd upgraded that much here. So by next Tuesday, I'll have new internet for sure. While they're here, I think I'm gonna get them to wire up the shed. See if that'll help matters. Good gosh, man. I can't believe how bad it is. I'm gonna go check the house real quick and make sure I ain't got anything on in there. See if that'll help. Gosh, dude. Still terrible. Still terrible. Let's see. You guys hear me? Jeez, man. Yeah, I switched over to my phone. What about now? Is it feeding back? No good. Right? Switched over to my phone, which means I'll list off my iPad. But at least you won't be singing Under the Sea anymore. Brian, what's going down? I actually just switched to my phone, Tommy. Which changes everything. So I'm running my phone into my computer. All I'm running on is the chat. Yeah, it heats up my phone too hot, man. Like, I've done it before. I don't know how a cat does it, streaming off her phone like that for an hour. It gets so hot. But I can actually list off my iPad out here. I also have a little listing phone that I use sometimes. Let's see. Yeah, I can't do the stylus thing. I've tried to mess with that, but I just whatever. It'll take a minute like this though, because get the Wi-Fi picked up out here. For a while, I had a secondary phone I could pull up stuff with. different with the photos, that's for sure. What's everybody else listing today? Ounces. Get back on track. Hey, Rosie. Good to have you. So many random parts. What is this? Decal wrap. All right. Do, do, do. Hey. Sales are nice. DC sales. Actually listing today. All right, D. Trying to get there. I'm going to adjust some listings. What? Too much time. Today is super hot here for the time of year. I I switched cameras. I'm actually streaming off my phone right now. Scorching 37. It's got to be around 80 here, at least. Feels that way anyway. Well, I wasn't going to list that, but it looks like it's trashed. Trashed. Mm-hmm. Mm. Rocket shit. What is this? Well, guys, finally. Polaris ones takes a little longer because you gotta look up every little thing. There's not as much that have sold, which is good and bad. Good in the sense you can kind of set the price, bad in the sense of it's harder to find stuff. A lot of these items had prices on them from the dealer, but obviously those prices are not what they are now. Sometimes they're way better, sometimes they're way worse. It depends. Just depends. Hey, Annie. Thanks for stopping by. There we go. Been looking for that thing for a minute. $7.18. Oh. Okay. here. Let's see, a little oxidized piston. Nice. See if we can do anything to help him. Let's see. Oh, I heard it. It's just rust. I mean, it's not rust. Dang, it's pretty good. A bunch of Easter eggs. Two. Mm. 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 See something. Hmm. All right. I don't know if Dan's still in here or not. Maybe it's been quiet. Sorry, guys. Trying to research. Got all these pistons, but they have a little oxidation on them. I don't see any, like, there's no rust on them, just oxidation. So, trying to see if there's something I can do with that. Some of these things are like really good. Like the prices are well over $100 on most of them. So, hooping. That one's got a bad ring. What the heck? It's kind of crazy. A little premium grease. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Tracy, I'm good. I was actually doing some research, so sometimes I get quiet. You hear the sound of my AC running in the background. That's about it. What I'm wondering is if, like, these parts, see how it's got oxidation on it? Now, I know this one's not, like, I'm not going to sell this because it's got, the ring was already put on it, so it's got a rust around it. But all the rest of these are in the box, and they got oxidation on them. So I'm thinking we'll try to clean them up. They're all over $100 a piece. There's like 7 of them. So might be worth putting in a little effort for that. It's not pitted. It's just got, feels like surface level. Like I can rub some of it off. They're not pitted though. From what I can tell, I mean, there might be some that are, but all this stuff was new old stock, so maybe. I don't know if I've got any of that in here. I used to have some. Yeah. We'll try a little Brillo action. Oh, it does. Yeah, I'm sure that somebody knows what they're doing. Just disclose it, drop the price a little bit. I mean, these things are things you don't come across every day for sure. Yeah, they don't really feel pitted though. Like, I mean, I know what you're talking about is it's been on there for a little bit. I don't know. I might try that. Like I've seen where somebody else had suggested, like do the old vinegar. Just doing a little research on it. Ugh. I know they make cleaner for that kind of stuff, but yeah, if Leroy was still in here, I know he's like the grinder guy. So what he put some of those things on a polishing wheel. But at any rate, I'll set them aside for now. I just, like I said, if they had pins that were rusted or something, I might want to mess with them. Not mess with it, but all in all. Yeah, true. Somebody probably sell them just for the aluminum. Yeah, that's true. Other than that, this box is kind of a bust. Dave, what's up? Weird, man. Camouflage helmet covers. It's kind of strange. Polaris sensor. Lecture. Sensor. Gosh, man. TPS sensor. Heck is it? 2 for 1. Dude, this so many different parts. Lecture TPS. Come on. 241. Why this thing's so hard to find? Come on. One, oh, three. P9. 489. That is dumb. It's the stuff that takes so long. That is the stuff that takes so long. Two, three, and four. Jeez. gosh. He's getting on my nerves. Well, thinking about that cause them. Six, 3. Come on now. What am I listening at the moment? I'm trying to research parts. Polaris. And they're kind of a pain in the tail. Trying to just find them is kind of a pain in the butt. Okay. What the heck is going on? Oh gosh. Guys, I think I'm gonna dip out early today. I don't know if it's like the screen or whatever. I'm starting to get a pretty bad headache. It feels like tension. Oh my gosh. A nooner shot. I don't know what's going on. Pretty low energy. Guys, I think I'm gonna go lay down for a bit. Take some headache medicine. Appreciate y'all for being here. All right. We'll see you guys.